I'm not from gentrified New York. I didn't hang out on Adam Clayton Powell or Frederick Douglass Boulevard. It was called 7th Avenue and 8th Avenue. I actually was on Lenox Avenue when it wasn't even Malcolm X Boulevard. It was just Lenox Avenue, and the street signs was yellow, and I lived across the street from Woolworth. Niggas don't even know what Woolworth is.
I sold my first coat from Woolworth.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so I don't care what nobody says. If you don't know what Woolworth is, then I can't really talk to you. I lived across the street from Woolworth.
Cam, I mean, to your credit, you know a Harlem guy cannot give you credit without throwing some salt in there. You know that.
It gotta be like that. It's no other way.
Yeah.
It's no other way.
But you might be the only hot Harlem artist that was born in Harlem Hospital.
No, I wasn't born in Harlem Hospital. That's all shit. That's what niggas try to get me at. They try to be like, yo, my mother was out eating, and so I was born like in Tribeca, so they be trying to call me Tribeca Cam.
From the village, yo.
Yeah, that's what they be saying. Yeah, Soho Cam, Tribeca Cam, I heard it all. You know, Sid loved that.
Break it down.
Mo, the village is like it's crazy. You know New York, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Damn, you from the village?
I'm not.
I told you so.
You're never gonna listen to this shit. I thought I knew everything about this guy. Yo, you from the village, kid? With all those tough raps.
That's crazy, man. Nigga was born in the village. I went home to Harlem after 3 days. They said, "Still, you're not from Harlem." That's what nigga told me.
You spent your first 3 days alive in the village, Cam.
You know what's crazy is that me and my mom had an argument about that.
Yeah.
On Instagram, I put out text messages up a few years ago. I said, "Yo, I'm from Harlem." She's like, "You're not from Harlem," because she's from Atlantic City. I'm like, "I'm closer to Harlem than you are. You from Atlantic City." She said, "Kim, you couldn't sit here and go around the board. You wasn't born at home." I said, "Mom, where'd you go home to after you left the hospital?" She said, "Kim, okay, if you want to feel better, you migrated to Harlem."
Yeah.
I said, "All right, forget it. I can't win with nobody."
Yeah.
So
I
wasn't born in Harlem Hospital, baby. Don't let Sin here, because Sin can't stop bragging about how he was born in Harlem Hospital.
Nick, keep this clip. I need this. I
never denied this. I never said this. I just know the truth.
I thought I knew everything.
Well, let me ask you a question. I know you were born in Jacksonville. What hospital was you born in?
Duval County Hospital.
Nah, I think you're making that. I gotta see the birth. I don't even know the name. But yeah, Mo, I guess I'm from the village, if you want to say that. I guess so, yeah. I can't deny where I was born. I was born there, too.
Oh, man.
It's like we're waiting for a couple. We need the birth hospital and we need the diploma still, because according to you, it was two different things. I haven't seen the picture from the fireplace, so we waiting on that too.
Yeah, me too. Word up, Stat.
Right. So let's get into this game. Maybe Cam wearing the Knicks gear might be good luck, because things are now getting spicy as we see the series is continuing after the Knicks beat the Pacers 111-94. Maurice, what were your thoughts on the game, and what do you feel like was the difference maker in this game compared to the others for the Knicks?
Ready to lose weight, pay less, and see results? Through hers, you can get access to Wegovy, the FDA-approved treatment for weight loss, available at 50% off the retail price. Now you can feel confident about losing weight and keeping it off, all at an affordable price. Hers offers access to personalized weight loss treatment plans that
This game compared to the others for the Knicks.
Well, I'm going to say it like I was saying it to the people who I was watching the game with. I'm a believer that the Knicks have a legitimate chance to win this series. And I don't say this just because we have New Yorkers on the camera screen. I say this because I really believe that if the New Yorkers do, or if New York Knicks do what it was that they were doing last night, that they have a chance. And you don't have to worry about Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson going to do what he's going to do. We've been watching that for a number of years. He's going to get off pause and he's going to get you 30, 40 points as needed. He's going to start the game fast. He's going to be the energy for the New York Knicks. Cat being able to play that Robin role, being able to play the supporter, having like a physical dominance, pause and just being a physical presence and being an assistant and not trying to be the guy. I think that that's his rightful role in what they do, and I think it establishes that hard defense. I think that we've seen that basically cause Halliburton to struggle. And the other part of that is basically causing turnovers through defense, but also neutralizing Tyler Halliburton. I think it's that simple. I think Siakam, I think that's however you say his name, Pascal Siakam, I don't know how you say his last name. I think he's a great guy, but he's not the guy to energize, bring swag to the pacer, bring pace to the pacer. I think it's all driven through Halliburton. And I think when they stopped him last night or neutralized him last night, I think you have to do the same thing on the road when they go back into Indiana. And I think that's the formula. And to me, it was like an easy win. It didn't look like it was too hard, but it was more pause. It was more or less what they need to do. And I think when they go back and Thibodeau watch the film or the assistants watch the film, I think they say, man, if we do these four things, we have the best chance of winning. And then we can go with it and bring this thing back home to New York and potentially go to the finals.
They say I have a grasp on the obvious. I credit all the entire win to the Kobe number 6s. They were wearing the Kobe 6s in orange. That may be the difference in this game. You know, when you wear, I remember back in the days I used to play and wear the Jordans and all that. I remember Killer gave me a pair of Jordans. I had my best games in the Jordans. Every time I scored 30, I think I had the Jordans on. So I credit it all to the sneakers. You know, when you look good, you play good. And this New York team, like Mo said, everything he said was pretty much correct. Other than they won this game stat, but I'm not ready to say that they're gonna win this series, Mo. I think that's like putting 50 on 10. You know, like even Nick said it. I'm gonna blow Nick up. Pause. Nick said they're gonna win game 5. They're gonna win game 6 and get blown out in game 7 by 30. I think they get blown out the next game, or it's gonna be a close game. I definitely think they lose in 6. The Knicks is out of here in 6. Y'all can say what y'all want. You know, Cam got the gear on, and Cam is gonna actually jinx the Knicks. So I want to keep this take, because the next time we'll be talking about the Knicks, we'll be playing Though We Go to the End of the Road by Boys the Men. The Knicks will be throwing bombs in the streets, and niggas will be walking with their shirt off and, you know, just sad drinking beer. This is what it's going to boil down to. We've seen this movie before, Ken. We've been watching this movie for at least 30, 40 years, man, since they was little. I remember they had Trent Tucker. They had Kenny Walker. They had Rod Strickland. They had Robert Ory. And they were called the Bomb Squad. They was hitting threes everywhere.
Forgot about the Bomb Squad. The Bomb Squad T-shirt.
Yes, niggas got really hyped. They started wearing hats. They were going so crazy, and Rick Pitino was the coach then. And he turned Mark Jackson into a superstar. We get all excited, and what happens? Nothing. It always comes to nothing. And I think some of the people they got sitting courtside is going to be a part of the problem. You know, because there's nothing worse than trying to win with people who wasn't there with you from day one. You know, everybody's there is fake. Not everybody, but, you know, mainly of the people there, but not everybody. Some people normally go to Knick games, but all of the people showing up like, yeah, it's Knick time. Most of y'all got put out of the Knicks. uniform. So how y'all showing up like your Knicks? That's a good take, I must say. Most of the people coming in there are people who got escorted out of the building. And now you're there like this is your team. It's crazy, Cam. This is, I don't know what's wilder, them or you wearing a Knick jacket. It's crazy. This is crazy.
I don't know, bro. I'm from New York. I don't know why you have a problem with me wearing New York paraphernalia. It's funny how Nick he wants to save this tape, but not when Golden State was his team, or the Lakers, or everybody else that he named, the Nuggets, Joker, Titletown's on the move from Kansas City. You know, he don't want to save none of these takes, but he wants to save this tape today. Save it, because if anybody jinxing it, you jinxing Indiana by saying that they not going to win. I'm just wearing a jacket. That's it, man. But to the actual game, you're not going to win with all the stars. None of the starters except for Pascal Siakam had double digits. It's just not going to happen. This game was really much over from the beginning. When Indiana was down 20, they made a comeback in the third quarter, cut to 10, and ballooned back up to 20. Nobody looked like they could stop Cat. Jalen Brunson came out hot, but Cat looked like he was invincible. Nobody could stay in front of him. He's going to the basket, looking like Akeem in 1995, doing all type of. He was looking amazing, to be totally honest with you. And when I was watching this game, the first thing that came to my mind, I'm like, the NBA wants some of their money back. Yeah. That last series got cut short. Niggas win last night and ain't no basketball for a week. They need a couple dollars back. So this might go to a game 7, man. I kind of agree with Mace. This should go to, just should end the 6. If I'm Indiana, the sense of urgency for the next game would be a game 7 mentality if I'm Indiana. I would not be comfortable if I'm a Pacer fan or part of the Pacer organization going back to New York for a game 7. Because to be honest with you,
there is no limitation. We won't challenge completely. In the next generation, GMC Terrain AT4. We are professional grade.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see your business here, see it here, and see it here, so you stand out. Even when they're way back here. Get 20% off signs and banners at Vistaprint.com.
This is where you may see the dumbest shit in America ever happen. Somebody run on the court. Yeah. Somebody tackle somebody. This is the type of shit that may happen in the game 7.
Parachute and
yeah, all that. Niggas start putting a red beam on niggas from upside. You don't. I would not advise going to the Garden for game 7. Security will not be able to stop every single person. But listen, man, we done seen wild shit happen in sporting events. Like Mace just said, we done seen a couple times a parachute come in the ring. I done seen several people run across a baseball field. I'm telling you right, football field too. I'm telling you right now, if this gets back to a game 7, that fans will intervene if need be to try and get the Knicks to the championship. So I agree with Mace to an extent, but it's really up to Indiana to have that mentality. Last night, that mentality was not, we need to close this series out now and get the same rest that OKC is getting. That mentality is they had last night was more like, oh, we got a game to give them. It's all good. We'll give them one more game. Don't play those games, bro. If I'm them, I would not play those games. So it is what it is, man. But I didn't think much of the game last night. I know that the Knicks need to win to keep this thing going. But this is a really, really big game for both people. Because I think if the Knicks win 6, they could win 7.
Good take. And then, real quick, Cam, I'm sure you guys have seen it by now. They've been using like Jalen Brunson on your like the pink fur thing. Have you seen that? Because that has been everywhere, like Sports Center, ESPN. Like, how do you feel about that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I was, this is more like, to Mace's point, I'm New York. when somebody do something iconic, they throw their face on something iconic that I've done. When it comes to New York, that's just what comes to mind. So yeah, I just see Jalen Brunson in the pink with the pink phone and all. And matter of fact, that somebody said to me right after they won tonight, ESPN posted that on their page immediately after the game, and Sports Center, to be honest with you. But I'm glad that they recognize that when it comes to New York, this is who they need to mirror if they want greatness. So I'm flattered.
Yeah.
That's great.
I love it. Hey, save this take, Nick. I love it. I'm really excited about that. All I care about is that they don't put Patrick Ewing on my block and put 33rd Street as Patrick. As long as they doesn't do that, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them putting Cam's, the pink fur. As long as they don't put Patrick Ewing on 33rd Street, we're good.
What's the matter with Patrick Ewing on 33rd Street?
He can't represent my block. He can't do that. That would be like putting Carl Anthony Towns on Rich Porter block. You just can't do that. 30 seconds.
Who would be a better representative of a New York Knicks who will represent your block?
So just real quick, Mo, not to cut you off, just so you guys, and not just you, the audience got context of what Mace is talking about, is that the Knicks took the jersey numbers of the players and put on streets. So like Jalen Brunson is number 11. They named 11th Street Jalen Brunson Avenue. Josh Hart is number 8. They named number 8th Street Josh Allen Place. And like, Mikal Bridges, number 25, 25th Street, Mikal Bridges Parkway, some dumb shit. So that's why Mason's saying that 33rd Street is his block, and they can't even put Patrick Ewing on 33rd Street. He might be one of the best Knicks ever. So I'll just give you some context to what he was saying.
They can't put him on my block, and they can't put Carl Anthony Towns on 132nd. They better not do it. And I'm just saying it so they can do it, because I know they will. This is how crazy the Knicks fan. By the time I say this, it'll probably be within 2 hours. Somebody will be putting it up there. Who is Mace to say this? We change the block we want to change.
Yeah.
All right, that's exactly how it's gonna go.
Yep.
Okay, well, next game is Saturday. Underdog has Cat at 22.5 points. Do you have him higher or lower, Mace?
22. I'm going higher. I'm definitely going higher.
So Clay, this is what I'm talking about. It's a catchy number because Cat has no consistency within the playoffs to me. He may have 2 good games or 2 bad games. He have a good game, then have a bad off game. So he's just coming off a good game. Is he gonna have another good game back to back? I don't know. I'm gonna go higher though. Because I tell you one thing, they ain't got a chance in the world if you don't get 22.
Okay, Jalen Brunson's at 2.5 3-pointers made. Do you have him higher or lower, Cam?
I'm going higher. He was on fire last night. And I think he's going to carry that momentum into the next game. We know Jalen Brunson's consistent. We know he does his thing, but his threes last night, I'm not sure off the top of my head he made, but he caught heat in the first quarter and the third quarter. So I'm going to go definitely higher, and we'll see what happens from there.
Yeah, I'm definitely going higher for Jalen Brunson. Like you said, he's already wearing the iconic pink, so we look at that to continue.
Acompáñame a calar este trill de impacto de la marca Ketone que funciona con baterías.
Pink, so we look at that to continue.
Okay, and Halliburton's at 35.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Do you have him higher or lower, Mace?
It's my team. What else can I say? I gotta go higher. I gotta go higher. I think this is the breakout game for Halliburton. He looks at this. He's upset with the way things are. He's back in Indiana. Pop's gonna be there. This is a dream come true to go to the championship, and he's representing the underdogs. All of us here, the underdog. He's representing the underdogs. So what better way to go than to have the guy that they said was, overrated, become the MVP, or at least have potential to win the MVP for the Eastern Conference Finals. They probably give it to Siakam, but I'm going higher.
And what was the number set?
Yeah, 35.5 points, rebounds, and assists.
I don't know, man. He's another nigga. And everybody talking about he should be a superstar, he should be a superstar. And the shit that he's doing, he should be a superstar. But you can't take nights off like he took last night. You go from 30 points, 15 assists, and 12 rebounds to 8 points. Yo, my nigga, this is the shit niggas talking about. You don't even get double-digit points, and you want to. I'm not saying because he never asked to be a superstar, but these are the conversations going on the last week and a half. Is he a superstar? Is he not a superstar? He's doing shit that's amazing, but doesn't make him a superstar. The shit he's doing is legendary, but is he a legend? Those are the questions right there. You know what I'm saying? So it's difference between doing legendary shit and being a legend. Right now he's doing legendary shit. Is he on the way to being legend? I don't know after a game like last night. You heard somebody like Anthony Edwards. You're sitting here bashing him for having 19 points, and I know we're not comparing him to Anthony Edwards, but we sit there and bash Anthony Edwards for having 17, 19. Oh, he can't do that, can't do this. Not only that, he's having 17, 19 points. Anthony Edwards is getting triple teamed. Every time he gets the ball, it is a double team minimum. You might have 4 players on him from time to time. And he still gets 17, 19 points. Halliburton, like last night, got me mad. And not mad, but it's like, bro, we're trying to put you on a certain status. I'm talking about the public. And then you fumble the status. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm going to have to go lower because I think other people will step up. But I don't be getting it, man. I don't get it.
Why can't niggas be consistent, right?
Yeah, man.
Separate people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's actually a good conversation, but make sure y'all download the Underdog app and you guys can make your picks too. So regarding that, who do you feel like always maintains that consistency in the playoffs so far from what we've seen? Does anybody like specifically come to mind that you're like, he's always going to be showing that consistency on top?
Yeah, Jalen Brunson will be one. Jalen Brunson, SGA. SGA has been consistent through the whole thing. Joker, people like that are consistent. And that's why they're the real superstars. That's what we're talking about. And that's what Cam was mentioning. They don't take nights off. There's no excuses. It's a title town mentality, It's not blaming nobody else. Nobody else is responsible for you.
My answer would be, without even a question, 100% the Joker. The Joker don't play all year round and then don't play in the playoffs. He don't play no games. No pun intended. That nigga comes to work and he goes home. This is a nigga that loves being in his country, fucking with the horses paws. He really, like, Joker looks aggravated after every game. Like, I just want to get back to my country. And that's just my opinion. So when he's there, he's like, I didn't miss 8 months of being home with my family and 9 months being home with my family to lose. And you can see that attitude every time he's on the court. They asked Joker at the exit meeting, do you think that they asked Jamal Murray, do you think you can win with this same team you have now? Jamal Murray said, yeah, man, we just got to make a couple changes, get things together, and we'll be all right. They asked Joker the same question, do you think that you guys can win with the same team? Joker said, no, we didn't win, right? So what kind of question is that? And he walked off. That's his attitude. He comes to work, he has a time to play, he's not going to sugarcoat it and act like things hunky-dory when they not. I'm going with the Joker for the most consistency in the playoffs.
Okay, and then one more question regarding these players before we go to break. What do y'all feel like Halliburton needs to gain that real superstar status? Because Mace, that's the term that you just used, and of course, Title Town, we got to kind of discuss that. When are we going to kind of give Tyrese Halliburton that edge, or you just feel like he has a long way to go?
Yeah, we actually never give anything in Titletown. Everything is earned. It's not. That's why you win one. It's not for me to give you the second one. You got to win the second one just like you won the first one. It's about imposing your will. It's definitely about not taking those days off. Like Cam was saying, every day you put the uniform on, you perform. This is why kids can fly in, AAU teams can bring their whole team to the game and expect you to be the person they heard that you are. When he was talking about being legendary, I mean, I could show up on any night and I'm going to get a memorable performance from you on the basketball court. This is what it takes. So when you talk about Halliburton, that's what these guys got to start understanding, especially him. You're in this position to make a mark. The people that have played in that uniform, they have always imposed their will on the New York Knicks. They always let the Knicks down. They always embarrassed them on their home court. So he was supposed to come in there yesterday in the Madison Square Garden and say, I'm going to do them dirtier calls than Reggie Miller did them. That's what his mindset was supposed to be. Because I'm the new legend in Indiana. And like when he did that gesture, the choking gesture pause, that was what he was supposed to do yesterday. You know, like I really meant what I said before and doubled down on it, you know. And that's what it takes to be a real superstar. Like, not saying you didn't play well and all of that. No, it's leaving no excuses on the floor. It's like Roy Jones and Tarver. When he showed up, he said, "There's gonna be any excuses tonight, Roy?" And then deliver the one of the biggest upsets I think I ever seen in boxing. But from the beginning, he was talking the talk, and he carried out what he was talking. That's what we need more of for the people playing in the NBA, especially on Halliburton.
At Penn Station, your ears may hear, and your craving deep down inside hears.
Penn Station's cheesesteak is grilled to...
Playing in the NBA, especially on Halliburton.
Yeah, Mo, you want to chime in?
Yeah, no, just I say it all the time. The thing that separates anybody, I don't care if it's sports, business, anything, is mentality. And, you know, if you're going to be a high performer, you know, and I think that's a great way of saying it. You know, people having legendary moments and then people being legends. It's the consistency around the ruthless mentality of just like killing people while you have a chance, and are showing a level of frustration. I think you did a good job explaining that about the Joker. You know, when he loses, you can visibly see that I've put enough work in and I expected to win, and I have a no excuse, ruthless, ultimate professional mentality. But that is what separates like the super good guys from the superstars, and that's that killer mentality that they talk about Kobe has, that they talk about Michael Jordan has, but it's just like suffocating people or seizing the moment, you know, or having a sense of urgency when victory is close. And but that comes like lifestyle, like everything. I think with all these guys, it catches up to you. Everybody knows, you know, whether they had extracurricular activities or they should have been training. Everybody knows if they did enough conditioning. I remember I seen like promo video with Siakam when he was talking to guys like, hey man, remember this feeling from last year and do more than what you did last year to, you know, put yourself in a position to go further. And it's these moments where guys are like, even Mason, like you talk about these guys on the sideline who may have not been at every game. And it's that energy you get from the fans and that extra work in the stadiums you run and the condition that you're doing. But that's the mentality that you pull from and say, man, I'm about to seize this moment because this is my opportunity. So I just think it's all mentality. And I think that the more work that you put in prior to competing, it makes it harder for you to give up, or it allows you to compete a little bit further. So you know, that's my take on it.
Yeah, those are some great takes, both of you guys. To me, it's the consistency.
Yeah.
And that's what Halliburton, to me, and don't get me wrong, he has moments in every series so far where he did legendary shit. Every series he hit a buzzer though, not necessarily a buzzer beater every game, but he had to go ahead in every game, one of the games in every level of the playoffs, first, second, and third round. But that doesn't make you a legend. Mason brought up a great example of that when you brought up Antonio Tarver and Roy Jones, is that what Antonio Tarver did was legendary, but he's not a legend. And that's what the point is. Tyrese Halliburton is doing some legendary shit, but you're not being consistent enough to become a legend. That's what it's about. So, to me, both you guys' take was absolutely spot on. Only thing I can add on is when you can't come out and have 30, 15, 12, and then close out the series game, have 8.
Yeah, make it look like what you did was a fluke. Like that was a lucky night. And that's I see exactly what you're saying now, Killer. A legendary night could just be a lucky night.
Yeah, exactly.
Every day they come to see you, they get somewhere in there, like maybe not 32, but now it's 28, 15.
Yeah,
10.
Right.
Like,
exactly.
Hope is consistent. That number, you're gonna get that number every time. And I think somebody that's starting to look legendary is Cat Williams. Not Cat Williams. Carl Anthony Towns. Just shout out to Cat Williams.
Yeah, there's just a couple cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think this is a great conversation. You all made great points, and as he remains inconsistent, the Knicks are just going to keep creeping in, and this next game could be theirs. Even though, Mace, you did say you could see it being a blowout. We just don't know which way it's going to go. Who knows?
Boy, he was off of the Knicks train. Now he's back on the 3 train, going back uptown. But we will see the next game.
I'm going to be honest with you. You're right. I'm not even hiding it. I'm not hiding it. I'm wanting to put it on when they win. I'm not hiding it at all. I'm not even trying to make it like stealth. I'm putting it on when they win. Look, man, if we want to get down to the nitty gritty with everybody here, I've done business with the Knicks. The Knicks have official NBA diplomat jerseys. Official NBA Mitchell and Ness with the Knicks. I'm talking about the official joint sold in the NBA store. They sold out in 10 minutes, actually. 2,000 jerseys. We had to make more. I've done official business. Me, James Dolan, Adam Silver. I worked with the Knicks before. You know, they didn't give me, Mace gets a lot of honorary things. You get an honorary jersey, an honorary degree. I ain't got no honorary, man. It's all off the mud and off the muscle, man. I was saving about 10 of them drinks or something like that. I think I'm selling for like another 10 years.
At Hendricks, our cancer care
is in the details. We have a wonderful team of highly trained oncologists, physical therapists, speech pathologists, dietitians.
Yeah, the lady up at the New York Knicks organization said they was gonna give me a 10-day contract, and niggas got so mad that they that they try to pull my Wikipedia down because somebody wrote in it. I think it was, I remember Votto put it up. It said Mace played for the New York Knicks for a 10-day contract, and people got mad at me because the lady held my jersey up in front of the press conference, and niggas got mad. So I understand that. This is a great moment for New York fans, and I wish they do win the next game. If they win the next game, it puts all the pressure on the Game 7. So,
see, that's the thing that people are confusing. They acting like we want the Knicks to lose.
Yeah.
Niggas don't want New York to lose.
Yeah.
We just been dealing with the disappointment. I think people get blurred lines when we talking, but because New York niggas don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear logic. Sin actually told me a couple times when I'm telling him shit, he said, I don't want to make sense right now. Then what are we talking about?
You want to be delusional.
The nigga told me I don't want to make sense. Literally. It's verbatim. I don't want to make sense right now. Okay. I can't have the convo with you. You're not here to make sense.
I'm not even mad at that.
What do you think, Stat? Who are you going with, Stat? The Knicks or Indiana?
I mean the Knicks. The Pacers are like, if I want to see in the finals, I'd rather see the Knicks and OKC, respectfully, than the Pacers. That's just what I want to see, and I think most people want to see that. If we're gonna be honest, like, I done came up here in my jersey 1.2. At this point, it's all or nothing. So hey, that's what I want to see.
You know if the Knicks win and they play OKC, it will be hard to tell who's who fans because they got the same colors. So that would be really interesting. The whole arena will be blue and orange everywhere they go.
The whole thing about it is that, to agree with you, I think that's the matchup that anybody would love to see New York. And you got to think about this. OKC against the Knicks. It's not, look, as much as I love all the teams, I'm talking about, we got to go down to Orlando, to Portland, every NBA team. It's nothing like playing in Madison Square Garden. It's nothing like it. And even if I'm Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and I'm OKC, I want to play in the Garden. If I'm OKC, I'm like, get the Pacers up out of here, because then I can dance, baby. It's no bigger dance floor than Madison Square Garden and a championship series in the Garden. That's where I would want to be, because you're not going to get a bigger spotlight than that. Not saying that the championship won't be watched if the Pacers win. Not saying niggas ain't going to tune in. That's just not, I'm not saying it's going to happen. But if the Knicks win, it's a different animal. And a person like me, as much as I used to like playing home games, I used to like playing away games more than home games, because it's nothing to me as a competitor and a former athlete than going in somebody else's building and making everybody shut up. I love that. I love when I would lay a nigga pause, or I would shoot a jump, whatever it was. I would just look at their crowd. They'd be like, "Damn, this nigga here, boy." I like that. So if I'm Oklahoma City, I would love to be playing in the Garden, and everybody gets their name in the Garden. Whether you're Steph Curry with 55 points, whether you're Michael Jordan with 55 points, whether you're Kobe with 60 points, whether you're LeBron James with 55 points, you get your name in the Garden.
And don't forget Reggie Miller.
Reggie Miller, absolutely.
Reggie Miller in the Garden is a legend.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, and that's that. So we'll stay tuned to see who wins this next game. That being said, we're going to go to break. When we return, we're going to get into some sports debates. Don't go anywhere.
On Underdog, you can play your way to bigger boosts each round of the playoffs with the Extender. Start a series by using your Game 1 boost and continue boosting each subsequent game. The longer the series, the bigger the boosts. Underdog, the best place to pick playoff basketball. Welcome back. So, Cam, you kind of spoke on it a little bit earlier regarding Anthony Edwards, how people were kind of, I would say, disrespecting him when he was being double, triple teamed. So just in general, we see in the playoffs, people get real crazy on social media and actually very disrespectful. They've been putting him on like baby memes with like SGA being the father. We know that they do this to everybody, but it's been getting a little crazy. And I'm sure at some point athletes want to say something. So Maurice, I'm gonna let you go first. Do you think athletes should be able to clap back on social media, or do you think they're quiet? How do they go about that?
Ooh, that's a good question. And now it's crazy that you can actually defend yourself or even talk for yourself in this day and age. But me, if I was playing, I would just choose the role of ignoring it. You know, and the reason I say it is just because my mind, my energy, my focus, all of my attention would be on putting my energy into things that are going to pay me or help me to develop my game. And I think once you get into that world of social, kind of get into, you know, people seeing what it is that you respond to me, that opens you up for either weaknesses or people understanding what they can probe or say to you to basically make you react to something. And so I actually think that stuff ends up being used against you on the road, or people can see how they can get up under your skin and they can become a competitive disadvantage. But if you never really respond to anybody, nobody ever knows how you feel, and you can just kind of keep on chuckling and going on about your way. But it goes to say, like, the more somebody tries to probe you, the more you ignore them, they'll eventually move on to somebody else, and things won't, you know, they won't have anybody to engage with. So, and I'm speaking like this at 41. So, you know, at 20, I don't know how old Ant-Man is, 24, 25, I don't know how old he is. I don't know if he feels he has to defend himself. I don't know if he has the emotional maturity to to deal with that. I know Kevin Durant struggles with that, and he feels like he has to clap back to him. You know, we all that's my personal opinion.
He's 23, by the way.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda from the Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
Having phantom screens installed in your home can lead to some surprising slide effects. Like catching the breeze without the bees. Phantom screens. Say no to buzz.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with what Mo said, because whenever you start responding to people, another thing that happens is that people begin to just come from everywhere and join in. Not to mention just on the road, just people understand now I could become as famous as you are without doing any of the sprints, any of the road work, any of the two-a-days, any of the 6 a.m. workouts, by just saying something really crazy to you to get a response from you. And now everywhere that they put your name, they'll put my name. This is one of the biggest trolling tricks of all time. People, and you watch people do this, they become famous by who they're arguing with. Not that they ever been on that level, not that they've ever made that much money or been at that level of success. They just said something to the right person at the right time. They gave them the response they needed to start trending or to go viral. And it's just crazy. Sometimes I think you shouldn't speak. But then I think there are times when you have to speak. You have to speak. I remember I was one of those people say stuff, I just wouldn't say something. But if you don't, I've learned if you don't say something, then people think that what they said is true. So sometimes you have to speak up. So I'm a believer of both ideologies. You just gotta know when to go with each one.
Yeah, I think that's great points both of you guys made. I think it's about who it is and if it's not affecting what you got going on as an athlete. You know what I'm saying? Like, you think about it to where I love watching Kevin Durant's tweets. I think they're hilarious, to be totally honest with you. Because if he's still going to go out and give me 27 points a night, 28 points a night, cool. Now, are they winning? No, they're not winning, so it doesn't look good. But obviously, it's not affecting him. You are not seeing a decline necessarily in his game for it. Some people, and Mace made some great points too, some people just do that to get your attention. And he's 100% correct. But sometimes you got to say something. You got to. Let's think about this, and I'll leave it here for me. We just watched Stephen A. Smith go off on LeBron James, and LeBron James finally said something. That Stephen A. said something, then LeBron James put up a meme or a video of Stephen A. boxing on his Instagram. I thought that was clever. Did LeBron have to do that? No, but that's years of him ignoring Stephen A. Smith. So it finally came to a head pause when he like, yo, all right, I'm gonna go on Pat McAfee and diss this nigga, which he did. And then Stephen A. say something, then you put up the meme, because Stephen A. said, if LeBron would have swung on me, I would have swung back. And he said, I know I would have got my ass kicked, but I'm not going to let the nigga do what Will Smith did to Chris Rock. This is what Stephen A. Smith said. Then LeBron James put up a picture of Stephen A. boxing. I don't know if y'all ever seen that video, but it didn't look good. So now LeBron probably feels vindicated because he won that little back and forth media match over all the years Stephen A. been having an opinion about him. So I'm agreeing with Mace, so to speak. Sometimes you got to say something. Sometimes it's not worth it.
Yeah.
I agree with both points. I think also, kind of to you guys' point, it does just depend on the person, because like random trolls, okay, cool, I get it. But if it's another direct person, especially if they're constantly saying things, I don't see a problem with it, because even, yes, he brought up the LeBron Stephen A. conversation, even down to Katie, when Skip Bayless was talking about KD's wash. KD was like, fuck it, I guess we're both washed. I thought that was hilarious because
hilarious.
It's like, you know what? Yeah, like keep talking because I'm gonna say something to you too. And at that point, Skip Bayless had nothing else he could say, and you leave it at that.
Yeah, I like that. That was clever.
KD, that was phenomenal.
Yeah, that was good.
What I'm saying, and we're all making great points. You, Cam, Mo, as well as that. But like, you can't start going back to back, because that's what happened to LeBron. He says something to Stephen A, and then Kevin Gage says something, and now it's like, does this now become the ending of LeBron's legacy that he's arguing on the internet? And he had to choose that this is not what I'm going to continue.
Yep. Okay, so moving along, want to kind of talk about super teams. So we see there's been 7 different champions in 7 seasons, and you guys, and Maurice first, do you think that super teams kill competition, or do you think that they make the league better?
I look at it just like it's just the nature of the beast. And, you know, I don't know who started. You can go and say, you know, the Celtics started, and you can say, you know, other teams end up developing into super teams. And I know people try to say that the Bulls are a super team now. And I don't know how you categorize the stuff. But it's just the nature of the beast that if you want to win a championship, you're going to have some sort of version of a super team to have the pieces to execute whatever coaches are doing. And so I just think it's the nature of the beast. I think it actually makes things entertaining. But that's just it. You know, everybody isn't going to be good. It sounds noble to think that you can have all the talent spread out and you can have all of the assets of the league distributed evenly. But at the end of the day, man, the super teams make it fun. It's fun to watch the games. I enjoy, you know, having 2 or 3 superstars to watch per team. So I just think it's the nature of the beast and just where the game has developed into. And who started, I don't know.
Yeah, like when you think of the Knicks, right? They got Jalen Brunson, superstar. And are we ready to say Cat is a superstar killer? Are you ready to say that?
I wouldn't.
But wait, there's more. And more. There's always more at stake.
Cat is a superstar killer. Are you ready to say that?
I wouldn't.
Okay. But this,
I wouldn't say. I'm saying I wouldn't even say Jalen Brunson. I'd say he's right there being the superstar. And I'm not disagreeing with you because he's done everything to be a superstar. But to me, and I don't mean to interrupt your take, we got very, very few superstars who didn't win.
Yeah.
We can sit there and say Charles Barkley. We can say Patrick Ewing, if you want to consider Patrick Ewing a superstar. We can sit there and say Karl Malone. I don't know if you call John Stockton a superstar, but you got to win or you got to be elite. Like Charles Barkley was elite for 15 years, or however many years, 12 years before he retired. Maybe his last year in Houston he was fat and out of shape. Reggie Miller, constant 14, 15 years, however many years, consistently killing. And Jalen Brunson's on that path. But I think that we're loosely, not you, I'm talking about as far as media is concerned, we're too loose with calling people superstars. What's LeBron James and Steph Curry?
That I agree with you.
Yeah,
100% agree.
Like what is LeBron James and Steph Curry and KD if these niggas are superstars? This is what I'm trying to say. You use the term too loosely. I remember the term the GOAT was for the greatest of all time. Now everybody's a GOAT. How is it the greatest of all time and everybody's the greatest of all time? Now he's a GOAT. That's a GOAT. That's a GOAT. Oh, look at all these GOATs. You're defeating the purpose of them. You're defeating the meaning of the department. You're defeating the definition of the meaning of the word. My nigga, it only should be one GOAT if it's the greatest of all time, not the greatest people of all time. And I just think that we use this word superstar too loosely. Sorry, Mason.
No, that's actually good because that clarifies what I was gonna say. Even when it comes to people like Spreewell, you would say Spreewell is a superstar.
You know, he had a great couple of years. That's what I'm saying. It's like He made first team All NBA when Michael Jordan wasn't playing. He never made it again. He made second and third probably, but it's only 1 year he was the best 2 guard in the country in the league, and the best 2 guard was playing baseball.
And sometimes people can't see that. That's why I was bringing up that conversation, because to me, D Wade would have been a superstar. You know what I'm saying? He was somebody consistently done it every year, always was up there, multiple championships, you know, just until the end, never really declined, you know.
You have to also consider all of this stuff comes in when social media came in, and unqualified people are giving opinions. And I'm talking about, you know, before when you were a superstar, the news came through certain news channels, certain newspapers, and there was like a consensus of people who named you a superstar. Now you can just doctor your shit up on the internet, look cool to a nigga, get a fan base, and they think that you're great. And that's kind of like what I think that we merged into. And so if you're younger and you grow up, you didn't realize that your fame had to be earned by somebody else. Like now you can manufacture your fame in just mass different ways. And I think like all of that is what ends up blurring who's great, calling somebody greater than what they are, earlier than what they are, and it blurs perception. That's it.
And then just to clarify, Kim, so do you think that super teams do kill competition, or do you like it? Do you think it makes the league better?
It definitely kills competition. Like, I mean, when you sit there and think about it, I mean, it's dope when they don't win because you expect them to win. But when you put Kevin Durant on Golden State, you know what's going to happen. It's not even like a question of what's going to happen. Not this year. I'm talking about previously when he went. And I respect KD for that because he got his rings out the way, and then he went on about his business. He's like, I'm not going to be one of as they say, didn't get a ring. Not only did he get a ring, he got the Finals MVP. So it wasn't like he was some random 8th man off the bench just going chasing rings, kind of how like David West did towards the end of his career. No disrespect to David West, but you know, niggas be want to get a ring before they retire. But I mean, see, the thing about it is this: when you say super teams, right? It's about if you drafted the people that you have. So like Sin whole argument with me used to be, yeah, Golden State over there with all the niggas, and I'm like, babe, the core 3 niggas were drafted there. You may have added Iguodala, Sean Livingston, pieces here and pieces there, but the core 3 niggas was drafted there. So now you got Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green, and then they be like, oh, they got a super team. Is that really a super team if they drafted everybody? Now, if you're trading for people like the Knicks get Jalen Brunson in free agency, you trade for Karl Anthony Towns, you bring in Mikal Bridges, you're building something that I get, and that's part of NBA. You're building something. I'm not calling out a super team. But to me, to answer your question is that if it's homegrown, to me, I don't consider that a super team. I think that's a great job by the GMs who drafted the players and watched them develop to be superstars and all-stars and win championships. When you're trying to manufacture a team, like that works too. Like when you sit there and say, okay, we'll start with Boston, acquiring Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett, and then they won a championship. But that was the only championship they won. Kobe got Pau Gasol, and then they won 2 more. So you sitting there saying, damn, Kobe didn't have a big 3. They did, but he ended up beating them twice, of course, or once, pardon.
Achievement. GMC trucks are the result of dedication. Over 100 years dedicated. Art of engineering.
Or once, pardon. Then that's like you're building a super team. But to answer the question, if it's organic and you draft the primary players, I don't consider that a super team. I'd rather it be more level so we don't know who wins. To me.
Go ahead, Maurice.
No, he was bringing up another point, and it just makes me think of like, just because stars are people with notable names doesn't mean like you just ass. I just a different conversation we have, and sometimes I think we cheapen the conversation and call them super teams rather than saying, some guys with notable names. Because at the end of the day, everybody's NBA players, and you've gotten all these people together to shuffle around teams or build your roster. But just because you have guys with notable compete, now you may have a favorable term because you got better players, but you still got to go play, compete, and get playing against professionals at the end of the day. And just like they may have legendary moments, they may have legendary defensive nights against you, or whatever it may be. But the thing that separates people is obviously consistency. So I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, good point. And we've definitely seen that, because even down to like with Katie, Brad, Bill, and then Booker, like there's a lot of things that we thought were gonna be something, and then things change. I see that every day. So yeah, we will see. But great points from all of you guys. But that is all the time that we have for today. Maurice, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank y'all for watching, and as always, it is what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, I saw a post from my good friend, comedian Spunky Robinson, one of the funniest dudes I know in the world. And if you don't know who he is, you need to go follow Spunky Robinson, man. It's hilarious. He said he think that you should be kicked out of the gang at 40 and 45 years old. And ain't nothing, that is hilarious. That is true. That is true. And you know what else is true? You want that my stand-up special? Anybody want to tell me it's on Tubi right now? That's true, and it's funny. And you need to go to shootingking.com and get them tickets if you want to see me live. But this post right here, this post, oh my gosh, this post, I don't. Yeah, but it's true. You get put out the gang. Hell, I'm so sick of these little podcasts. Got these old gangs up here.
Here's our new gavel pistol, 1.5. You can see it's got slide cuts and it's got 4 rails on the bottom. We got some trigger stippling there and new grip stippling. Might end up with some grip stickers for these areas, for your thumb and for your palm. And we've got an optics cut on here. And we don't have the new manifolds in yet. Those are coming next week. But this CO2 sits way further up, almost a full inch further up into the gun body. Thanks a lot.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Jump. Kevin Samuels passed in 2022. Now I would say
at the time of his passing, he was the biggest name associated with men's rights or men's advocacy. I don't even care if you're black, white, or anyone, he was the guy. And around the time that he was passing, another name was indeed rising, which was Andrew Tate. And I believe he really blew up off a few Fresh and Fit podcast interviews. And of course, Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan Tate have been able to capitalize on that newfound fame. And not only capitalizing on social media, but by getting rich. They have, I think, like Tate University. Allegedly, he's made for $300 million. There is some alleged scamming going on. And Tate is not a this person. And that brings us to his charges in Romania. Alleged trafficking charges when it comes to dealing with women, prostitution, and rape. Also, he went to Florida, I believe it was last year. He was not necessarily welcome there, went back to Romania, and now we're hearing that these two brothers will face the same charges in the United Kingdom. And a lot is to be said about this because their fight card is there, and if they get free from there, they'll go to the UK. What is to be said here? Number one, they actually may have done these things. There's enough evidence to show that they've done these things, okay? But then how did we know that these things were happening? Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate broke a very cardinal rule, which is talking too much and being like, you're saying things that maybe people are thinking, or the way you go about it, you literally make enemies for people to come after you, okay? Literally. Not to mention that you are half black, half white, and you're doing this in Romania. Because you gotta always remember, part black equals all black. No matter how you look, no matter how you dice it, no matter if you don't deal with black women or have black friends. This is what it looks like, okay? But one thing that you never want to do is stand out in a foreign country. And you definitely don't want to stand out with the kind of vernacular that you guys feel about women or society or who needs to know. They're going to make sure that people like this, you know, anti-Semitic views too, at least people will consider that, they're going to bring you down, right? This is going to happen. Number one, you bring yourself down, and then you're going to go down. Whatever happened to just shutting up, getting your money, being quiet, not saying anything, and just sitting your ass down and enjoying what you got? Okay? I lived in Poland and Europe for 6.5 years. A few black dudes out there, they had some money, they had a nice apartment, they clapped some cheeks, nobody knew about it, nobody needed to know about it, and everybody was happy. No, you gotta go out there, blow up the spot for yourself, say a whole bunch of meaningless things that don't help you get anywhere, and then because of the things that you talk about, because you're an enemy, you're gonna lose all your stuff. Same thing happened to Fresh and Fit, same thing happened to all of this. Guys, when you get some money, man, it's not, if you already have that money, if you're already doing well, you don't need to say nothing. You should be shutting up, especially what you're talking about. It's not gonna help you. I have to really be honest about this, and man, we gotta talk about this, especially in today's time. Right now, man, you have to understand that anti-women stuff, putting women in their place, these things, number one, nobody cares. I mean, that content, almost everybody now has heard, all right? It don't really matter. If you feel strongly about something that women are doing, all you gotta do is be a man and not deal with it. It's plenty of women out there you can deal with, okay? It's plenty of ladies out there that you can deal with. Putting women in their place, trying to teach them what to do, all of that, putting them there. It's not, first of all, it doesn't work. And then they have these agendas that are gonna try to bring you down if you do it. Look at Fresh and Fit. I mean, what they do, like, does it make sense? No. It's so easier if somebody gets on your nerves, be successful, you get rid of them. You get rid of them, you never have to see them ever again. Block them. For the love of God, block them. If a woman says something that I don't like or I feel that it's unnecessary or I don't want to deal with her, I just don't. I don't deal with her because I don't have to. And then life goes on. That's it. Oh man, these ladies are this and these ladies are that.
The sweetest moments deserve the boldest first. Like our new concrete mixers and lemonized coolers made with...
That's it. Oh man, these ladies are this and these ladies are that. And then you want to monetize these guys and then have them feel in a certain kind of way so they can give you money, and at the same time, you're getting these same chicks pregnant without a condom. Go figure. This time, you are black. So nobody wants to see somebody black in Europe doing the things you do to who? White women. I'm gonna say it again. Nobody wants to see Andrew Tate, who has a black father, go out here and traffic these, as they're gonna say, innocent white women, so you can allegedly destroy them or defame them. That's how they're gonna take it. We can say, well, we'll show you something, these 304s. Could be 304s, however you wanna look at it. Ain't how the white folks looking at it. Let me give you an example. I knew some brothers, man. This is about like 5 years ago. And the brothers ended up doing something that was real interesting. And what was it that was interesting? They went to the zoo. Now, it had to be around like 2018, 2019. I've never been in Dominican Republic, but you know, the brothers went over there, and it was a high level of booty clapping. All right. Now, I like booty clapping. We're gonna just be honest. The problem with the booty clapping family is that when the clapping was going on, it was not really clapping, it was sports. There was chicks out there at this restaurant. You had brothers out there that were smacking the girls behind. So we all know that prostitution is something that happens in the DR. I believe it's actually legal. But what happened was the brothers out there were clapping these, you know, chicks up all the time, and they were just, you know, smacking them on their booty. Then of course, you know, some of the in the community had packaged that, and then they put that up on YouTube. Okay. Now there are certain elements of prostitution eligible in, I think, like Poland. It's legal. You know, you can agree to basically buy cheeks. It's okay. The problem is, family, when you're a foreigner and you try to go ahead and do that. So now, and I know they had webcam girls, but what happened with the guys in the DR, simply what they did was they shut that restaurant down. It was an African-American owner. They came in, they saw the videos. Those dudes, as much as we know what happens to Stewart, they don't want their women out there looking like that. They came and they attacked those dudes with all kind of energy. They was giving it to them. They was making life hard for those dudes. They was making all kind of, like, they was shutting stuff down. The dude was regretting it, everything. And the answer to that was, well, you guys are not from here. These are not your women. So if you want to go out there and make your women look bad, go back to America and do it. But you're not going to come to the UK or to Romania or to Dominican Republic. Like, we're not going for that. We understand that happens here, but you're not going to exploit that. So we're going to punish you. That's exactly what happened. Same thing with Andrew Tate. He's from the UK now. This is a lesson. Since the Romania might not be able to get you, we're going to get you. Because even though you got citizenship here, you're still black. And we don't even want you to even think that you can come here and live safely. It's over. Anywhere Andrew Tate goes for the rest of his life, it's over. Okay? It's over. Nobody will ever accept these guys. They want to send a message. You will never do this again. And let it be a lesson to all of you dudes out there. It's crazy out here how it is right now. That's what's going on. And if dudes don't understand that this is what time it is and this is what it is, you're insane. You're absolutely insane. And this is what life is about. They are not going to let you carry on like this.
No.
So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson. Back at it again.
How slow the fuck down you get here. Not for me to slide in the spot.
The bell. We're out.
Can you tell which app is a trap? Google Play can. Download apps, not traps.
One of these friends can order whatever she wants from the menu. The other has food allergies. You do your best to avoid food allergens, but accidents can still happen.
Mark Smelly Bell here. A lot of people are making videos about sugar fasting and they don't know what to talk about. Too many people are trying to bring science to it. The human body is not meant to be science. It's a work of art. It's the greatest, bestest thing that we have on this planet. By far. It's the greatest technology that we have. It's what we have right here, we have on the inside. We always try to study it. And we scratch our heads and we're confused. Because it's not meant for over-analyzation. It is a work of art. It's an amazing phenomenon, this human body that we have. We're talking about sugar fasting. People want to bring up FGF21. Want to bring up all these other things. And then you hyper-focus in on, you start looking over here, they're missing all this other stuff over here. Yes, FGF1 is induced when you do this diet. It can be amplified with fructose, and that can be of more benefit potentially when you're on this diet. Protein seems to be a disruptor of FGF21. So these are all things to be aware of. Fat might slow down the whole process. We're talking about weight loss as well. But sugar fasting is honey, maple syrup, sugar, candy, fruit juice. That's sugar fasting, straight sugar fasting. That's it. People keep asking, well, what about when I add protein at night? Well, what it means is that you did sugar fasting during the day, and then you stopped it at night by having your protein, which is what I do on some days. I'll have a lean steak, I'll have my steak shake, I'll have some starch, I'll have some vegetables. And the next day, I'll go back into a sugar fast. And it's working amazing for me, and it's working amazing for a lot of other people. But I keep seeing these videos spitting out this science, and I'm like, you know what this is going to do? This is going to make all the people that think that the diet is foolish, think the diet's dumb, it's going to make them not even try it. Because they're hearing that you might lose muscle, you might lose bone. Well, a lot of fat people don't have hardly any fucking muscle anyway. I realize that their body might be comprised of some muscle because they have to, they're handling more body mass, they're handling more weight, right?
I can't imagine where God would if I had sexual discipline. I am nowhere near the limit of what my possibility was if I had self-discipline. My greatest enemy has been me.
Tell the truth!
Not my ex, not racism, not the system. It's been me.
A few moments later.
You got pretty legs, man.
In Z formation.
Oh, man. And they land on that.
Man, listen, I'm back working out.
You put shea butter, jerky.
Oh, you see that?
They glowing in the dark.
Come out the closet and stop keeping a secret and let the world know if it had not been for the Lord that was on my side. I would have.
This incredible mold remover bathroom, man.
I'm doing that. No.
Have you seen the video of the woman in China? She made $8 million in like 2 seconds. Did you guys see that? So in China, this has already happened. There's tens and hundreds of millions of dollars worth of live shopping happening right now. I also know that a lot of people don't know that. It's in that perfect spot. This is what I look for always. It's happened, but it hasn't happened in a way that 95%.
It just traps and eliminates odors. Not only is the maintenance super easy, but Pretty Litter also needs a monitoring system. It's kind of amazing.
Michael Jackson been gone now. It's been a while, and it's still like crazy coming out till this day about him, and I'm a victim of it. Clearly, you see, I click right on it to see what they're talking about. Like, he still garnishes that much attention being gone, which is crazy. Here we have one. It don't even matter what the title is. Let's just see what they're talking about.
This is Neverland, currently for sale, former home and playground of music icon Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson disappeared from the spotlight, only to return and reveal secrets that shook everyone. From the magic of his music to the haunting shadows of Neverland, Michael's life wasn't what it seemed. Let's find out how, as he battled the media, loneliness, and his own demons, the truth behind his disappearance slowly began to surface. The rise and fall of the King of Pop. The world knows Michael Jackson as the King of Pop, the artist who shaped music and left an impact that cannot be overstated. But beyond the moonwalk and the record-smashing albums, there is another story, one filled with scandal, betrayal, and pressure that never seemed to let up. This legend in every sense was also a man whose life turned into a spectacle for everyone to dissect. And behind the spotlight lay a truth that would change everything we thought we knew about him. The icon's rise to fame was nothing short of incredible. He came from a small house on Jackson Street in Gary. It was a cramped life with 10 kids, know how to be gentle, and a mother trying her best to keep the family afloat.
I mean, did any father back then know how to be gentle? That ain't what I heard. Like, majority of the fathers were like Joe Jackson. Put on display because his kids eventually needed. But a lot like that, that's not an excuse. I'm just painting a picture of the times back then. You know what I mean? Like, show me a lot of fathers who weren't that way.
Among those kids, the young performer stood out. Off stage, he was shy, almost like he wanted to disappear. But once in the spotlight, he transformed into something entirely different. It was almost magical. People knew they were witnessing something rare even when he was just 6 years old. The household was not about fun or play. It was about survival through music. The patriarch Joseph cared only about results. Practice was not optional, and it was not fun either. It was grueling, sometimes lasting until their feet ached and their voices gave out. Especially for the youngest, mistakes were unacceptable. Joseph's relentless approach made sure of that. But even with all the pressure, the boys' talents shone brightly. And soon enough, the Jackson 5 went from local talent shows to signing with Motown Records. That was the beginning of everything. In 1969, the Jackson 5 exploded onto the music scene. Their first single, I Want You Back, was an instant hit. His voice had a soulfulness. Not just
just seeing that picture of him and us knowing what eventually he would look like down the line. I still to this day don't really understand what he did to himself, or how did he go from this to that. You know, I've heard all of the Lago and the this, that, and third, or the deletion of this. I've heard several different stories, but I have no clue as to which one is the legitimate.
Here's a way to apply your garden hose time of power. The secret?
Oh yeah, from $1,500.
Stop it. We're not saying that on camera.
Alright, before we get started, I do want to let you know that the Platinums are a little bit different than any other Sequoia. You might even find some of these items on a limited model, and specifically what I'm talking about is rear airbag suspension. This video is going to
You may be over 50, but who said elegance has an expiration date? The problem is, a lot of people believe that after a certain age, just dressing properly is enough, but that's far from the truth. A mature man who understands men's fashion knows that it's the details that scream sophistication, not the price tag. And what if I told you that there are 10 accessories capable of completely transforming your presence without changing your lifestyle, your wardrobe, or your budget? Watch until the end, because what seems like just a list is actually a direct map to standing out with class, authority, and respect in any environment. Classic and discreet watch. A watch may seem like just a tool to tell time, but for men above 50, it's much more than that. It's a silent symbol of someone who lives with purpose. A classic model with a clean design, dark brown leather strap, and white dial doesn't attract attention through shine, but through restrained elegance. The beauty of such an accessory lies in its discretion. It doesn't compete with your style, it enhances it. Men's fashion after 50 calls for sobriety, history, and authenticity. And nothing conveys that better than a watch with soul, the kind that seems to have a story to tell. Many believe that to appear sophisticated, you have to flaunt it, but men above 50 know elegance is not needing to prove anything to anyone. That's why brands like Seiko or Longines become loyal allies, not for show, but because they deliver quality, tradition, and respect for design. These are pieces that accompany a man in meets, on trips, and even in solitary Sunday afternoon reflections. A watch like that is an extension of your maturity. And if you don't have a model like this yet, start with a Seiko Presage or a Longines Heritage, affordable, durable options with timeless design.
Today's guest makes $250,000 a month doing pretty much.
I was making like 200K a month, 300K a month, but if you want to get past that, you really need like something else.
Born in Vietnam, he immigrated to the US with hopes of chasing the American dream, but after finding a stable job with an $80,000 a year salary, he abandoned everything to become a YouTuber.
I really hated K-12. When you don't have friends, then you're not worried about social pressure. It just wasn't as weird for me to like start a YouTube channel.
Today, he's amassed nearly 2 million subscribers and generated millions of dollars exploring topics like corruption, conspiracies, and power.
All the evil stuff they were doing back then is still happening today. Human nature hasn't changed at all.
In this episode, we'll dive into the process of building and scaling a faceless YouTube channel, explore his views on evil corporations and modern conspiracies, and uncover the dark mystery of who really runs the world. What's the most money you've made from a YouTube video?
Probably
Jake Tran. Welcome to the Jack Neal Podcast.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course, man. Been a fan of your channel for a while. We're kind of, I used to do like a similar niche with the documentary style YouTube videos, so it's really cool to finally meet you, man. Yeah, so a good place to start here. How much money has your YouTube channel made you?
Upwards of like, probably less than 10 mil, but in like the multiples of millions, yes.
Less than $10 million. And how many hours do you work a day?
You know, at the start, I was doing everything myself because I stubbornly believe that no one can edit better than me, no one could write better than me, no one can make the thumbnails better than me. But once I finally got past that limiting belief of like, you know, the artist mindset where you have to do everything yourself, I started outsource part of the process of the creation.
Gotcha.
Building an online business is not as complicated as you probably think it is. Honestly, it comes down to
Gotcha. Okay, so you have 3 channels right now? Or I guess you work with a bunch of channels as well?
Yeah, 2 main channels. So I have the Jake Tran channel at 1.8 million subscribers. Evil Food Supply, my second channel, we just crossed 300K subscribers. And there's a few other channels that I'm building right now and I advise on too.
Gotcha. So for the main channel, is that, would you say, an hour a day?
Yeah, probably like an hour a day, around there.
Got it.
And that's usually, yeah, people ask me this a lot, like what do I actually do? I mainly think about, you know, what videos do we create next? What's the next video idea? I decide on that. I review when my writers come up with the outline for the video, like a summary of what we're going to talk about. I review that just to make sure everything's in the right place and I review the final scripts from use my voice. And then I review the final edit. I give some direction on the title thumbnail. I review the final title thumbnail before it goes live, and that's pretty much it.
You said when you first started going viral and getting kind of consistent income, you scaled the channel up to maybe $30,000 a month. And what kind of took it to that next level? You mentioned the limiting belief, like the artist mindset, but what were all the moving factors?
Yeah, so once I finally had my first video that did well, growth was like pretty fast. After that, I was able to go up to like 20K, I believe, after just a few months. But by then, I hit a ceiling where I really couldn't break past like 20, maybe 25K a month. And it was because I was doing everything myself, so I was working like 10 to 12 hours because I was doing the entire process myself. And like I mentioned earlier, I stubbornly believe that no one can do it better than me. Like, how could anyone write a video better than me? How could anyone edit like one of my videos better than me? And it wasn't until I met a business mentor, his name, and he comes from the, and he was a fan of my channel, and he started explaining to me that, you know, if I didn't figure this out, if I didn't take myself away from the process, if I didn't disconnect, how many hours I worked from how much money I made, it would just be another job, and eventually I would get burnt out, just like I did with my other job. So from then on, I slowly started outsourcing each part of the process of making a faceless video. And because I was still like kind of nervous about it, like, if I mess this up or whatever, or what if they can't do it better than me, I specifically outsourced the easiest parts first. So I believe I first started by getting like a virtual assistant just to take care of like minutia tasks. And then I hired an audio editor who takes my raw voiceover audio and trims it down into the final voiceover file. So that was pretty easy. And with every step that I outsourced, I gained a little bit more confidence that, hey, there's like 8 billion people out there. There's definitely someone that can, edit better than me. So next up, I outsourced the easiest part of the video to edit first. So like the last 30 to 60 seconds. So I hired a video editor. I made sure the work they were doing was good, like it was up to my standards. And once I saw that they could do it, I then outsourced like the next minute of the video, and eventually I got up to the point where the entire video wasn't being edited by me anymore, and that saved me so much time. And then I moved on to outsourcing like the thumbnails and then the writing itself, to where today I kind of view myself as like the master chef, where I just make sure the food comes out good.
I've heard you chat about that process before of kind of going backwards to forwards. Can you explain to people wanting to start YouTube channels or just do social media in general why it's so important to outsource like the reverse of the video? Like you started with the last 30 seconds, then you did like the last 5 minutes, and eventually you got to the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think if you're already creating content and you're already making money from it, and you have this like artist limiting belief, I think that's a good place to start, where you just outsource the easiest parts first. That way it's not so overwhelming, and you can prove to yourself that it's possible to keep up the quality while still you actually not doing the work yourself. If you're starting from absolute scratch and you have like zero desire to learn video editing, because it is like a good, decent skill that you're gonna have to learn, it's totally okay to outsource the entire thing right from the start, since you don't have like a style, you don't have an existing personal style that you're trying to like mimic. So those are my thoughts on it. Does that answer your question?
I guess more so, like, why would you leave? Like, why do you consider the end of the video to be less important than the beginning of the video, for instance?
Yeah. So I view everything as happening in a chain, where on YouTube it's not just the video itself that's important. First is the channel idea, like how your channel is positioned. Then it's the video ideas you choose. Then it's the title thumbnail, because unlike TikTok or Instagram, you have to make a conscious decision on what video you're, and the main tool we have to determine that is the title and thumbnail.
Here's the 2-minute story of how I built a $10 million a year online business and how my mistakes and successes can help you build your...
Determine that is the title and thumbnail.
Would you say thumbnail is more important than the title?
I think they work together, because a really good thumbnail with a wrong title cannot work. A really good title with the wrong thumbnail can also not work. But like an okay thumbnail with the right title, that could be like a really good offer that people really want to click on. So they really have to work together. So when I'm judging a thumbnail, I always have like the title in place, just to see what they look like together.
Yeah.
Because I think they work off of each other, if that makes sense.
That's interesting. And then it's the next most important part after title thumbnail.
Yeah, so once they actually click on your video, then you have to hook them in with the first like 30 seconds, 60 seconds of the video. So I call that the hook. And the goal of that is to just get them as excited as possible, get their emotions as high as possible, but they're actually invested to stick around to the rest of the video. So I think of it as like leaving them on an open loop. So kind of like in a movie or a TV show, something happens at the start of the movie and it leaves you off of an open loop where you have to watch until the end to figure out how it concludes. That's how I view like structuring a video. So kind of like if you think about the Dark Knight movie, it starts out with that famous scene of the Joker doing that bank robbery. So it leaves you on a giant open loop where you have to watch the rest of the movie to figure out like what's actually happening.
That's interesting. So kind of along the lines of thumbnail creates curiosity, title complements the thumbnail and creates even more curiosity. You click it and then you get a little bit of that interest kind of answered, but it also creates a new question. So creating good YouTube content is a mixture of like question, answer, like dopamine hit, question. Would you say that's kind of a good way to think about it? Or just leaving an open loop of something that keeps you watching?
Yeah, leaving an open loop. Like the title thumbnail leaves you on an open loop, then the hook makes you watch the next part of the video, then the next part of the video makes you watch the next part, and maybe at the end you have a call to action to watch another video on your channel. What's your advice for making more money on social media? My business mentor explained this really simply. He said, when something's making money, you just do more of that thing that's making money. So in my case, my videos were making a good amount of money, like I think around like 5K in revenue per video when I was first starting out. So I was making like 4 videos a month, so I was making like 20K a month. So if you want to make more money, then you just increase what's already making money, so you upload more, ideally keeping the same quality. And that's literally all I did. I throughout this whole like automation outsourcing process, I was able to increase my uploads to maybe double, 8 videos a month. So because I was maintaining the same quality, I was now making 40K a month, doubling my income without necessarily putting in double the hours.
Got it. And where did the decision come to do 3 channels as opposed to 1 and just doing like an upload every single day? Yeah, so I view every channel just like any other business. Like every channel is its own brand. So like the brand of the Jake Tran channel is like these contrarian, kind of like 48 Laws of Power type videos. But I started noticing like other channel opportunities out there, like other channel ideas that I could start. But if I were to post the same videos on my main channel, then it just wouldn't really fit the brand. People are coming to this channel expecting one thing, so you want to keep delivering on that one thing. Just like your podcast, for example. That makes sense. On top of that, I also wanted to diversify my income a little bit more. You know, just having 2 different channels growing at the same time, that just offers me like more options. 2 different income streams. On the other channel, we have like this product now, Evil Good, so that's another income stream that I couldn't really start on my main channel. So yeah, I just saw like other really good channel ideas out there that I really wanted to start, but I knew they wouldn't really fit on my main channel. That's interesting. So would you say you're really big on segmentation when it comes to social media? Like this podcast, for instance, I posted it on my crime channel, which was a mistake in hindsight, but how do you decide what videos are like, okay, this doesn't fit with what the viewers like, this needs to go on another channel? Do you have any process for that? Yeah, so I've learned a lot about branding throughout this process, and at the most fundamental level, a brand is simply a promise. You know, the promise of a Toyota car is you're going to get a really reliable Japanese car, and nothing more, nothing less. And a channel is the same way. Every channel is a promise. The promise of the Jake Tran channel is you're going to get these contrarian, 48 Laws of Power type videos. And the way you build a brand is by continually delivering on that promise over and over again. You know, a lot of people give Taylor Swift a lot of shit for, you know, basically putting out the same albums all these years. But that's exactly the point. That's her brand. People come to her for these teenage heartbreak type songs. And she is at the top of her game. She's like the biggest pop star right now because she's the best at continually delivering on that promise in a new, fresh way for her audience. So a channel is the same way. If I post like a podcast video on my main channel, that completely goes against the promise of the channel. So you should just start a different channel to do that. For sure. Yeah. That's interesting, the deviation. Like, I guess more specifically, like, so you had a really viral video talking about Nestle and like how it's an evil company. And then now you have this channel that's related to kind of the food industry, right? If you made that video tomorrow, would that video go on the current Jake Tran channel, or would that go on the Evil Foods?
In the whole history of internet marketing, it has never been this easy to get clients, but only for those who know how, like me.
The Nestle video, I would keep it on the Jake Tran channel because I more so talk about the business of Nestle versus like the actual health implications or why it's unhealthy. If I were to make a video on the Evil Food Supply channel about Nestle, it would be more about like why their stuff is unhealthy, all the toxic stuff inside their ingredients and stuff like that, versus the Tran channel focuses more on like the money and power aspect of it.
So you're kind of thinking about what the audience gets out of your videos rather than the topics themselves. So they watch the Jake Tran channel for, what would you say?
Like money, power, war crime, 48 Laws of Power, that kind of thing.
Okay, and they want to learn about those topics.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Nestle wouldn't fit inside of that because it's more about. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting.
Yeah. And maybe a good example is like how I came up with the Evil Food Supply channel. So I was really getting into like alternative health just for my own sake. Like I want to improve my health. And I noticed that on the alternative health space on YouTube, it was usually either, like old white doctors talking to the camera. Nothing wrong with them, but it was just really boring to watch. It wasn't very inspirational either, or emotional or dramatic at all. And the other segment was like young white girls talking about alternative health, which again, nothing wrong against them, but I couldn't really relate to it as like a male. So I saw that there was a giant gap in the marketplace for high quality basis videos about that were more in like a documentary format. Such a big no-brainer to me that I just had to create the Evil Food Supply channel.
How did you know it was a good opportunity though? Were those videos still getting views? Was there a lot of SEO?
I think there's two worlds on YouTube. One world is where you try to go viral right when you upload the video, like 1 million views in a day or whatever. The other world is ranking for keywords like SEO. So my world for these channels is trying to go viral. So I don't really care about SEO at all. It was more that I saw that these videos from these other channels that were pretty boring, they were going like super viral.
Really?
Like Dr. Eric Berg, have you seen him?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, his videos get crazy amounts of views. And yet there was no like higher production quality channel in that niche. So I saw like a really big gap in that sense. Another way to think about it is, if you were to go to New York and you want to open up a restaurant, would it be a good idea to open up yet another pizza shop? Or should you look at what is the market of restaurants out there, and what food is not being offered, and offering that. So that's kind of how I view finding a really good like channel opportunity.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think a big reason my crime channel worked originally, the opportunity I saw there was true crime is majority like women speaking to the camera, like maybe doing their makeup or just like telling a crime story. And there was one guy, Mr. Ballin, he's maybe in his 30s, like Navy SEAL type. And I was like, oh, I don't see any like 20-year-old young people talking about this topic. So I feel like there's an opportunity here. So that's interesting. You think of it the same way.
Yeah, exact same thought process. Yeah.
Yeah. As far as hiring talent goes, why are employees overseas better than American workers?
So, that's a really great question. So, most creators or like YouTube channel owners or whatever, when they go about outsourcing, their goal is to find like this jack of all trades that can just do everything for them. Like just one golden employee that they pay a lot of money, and they can do the titles, thumbnails, they can do the video editing, they can do the writing, they can do all these things and manage everything.
Because they can do it, and they think other people can do it.
Exactly. But the problem with that is all trades types. And on top of someone like that, you're gonna have to pay them a lot of money, and then your entire business, instead of being dependent on you, now it's dependent on them. This one single point of failure. Whereas I took the exact opposite route. Instead of trying to find like one single jack of all trades, I broke the process of creating a faceless video into its fundamental parts like writing, thumbnail design, video editing, audio editing, etc. And I just hired for those specific roles. And yes, you can totally do that in America, but the problem is the rates here are really high. And on top of that, culturally in America, employees, they're always like their current job is always like kind of like the bridge to the next opportunity. They're always chasing the next thing. Whereas in somewhere like the Philippines or South Africa or even in the Middle East, Africa, all over, like their entire dream is to have a stable remote video editing job that pays them double, triple, quadruple what a job that they can get in their home country, where the quality of life is way better, because like the jobs in their countries are really terrible. So them working for you is like their dream job, whereas here, them work like having an employee that works for you, it's like their stepping stone. So they're not super motivated in America. They're not as hardworking, whereas over there, it's like the exact opposite.
Have you found any correlation between talent level and how much you have to pay that employee?
There's like going market rates for each role. So like a really good video editor, you can get one that's really solid for $6, $7, $8 per hour. Other roles I found like have kind of like a going rate like that too.
What was the hardest role to outsource, would you say?
Probably writing, because number one, there's no pool of YouTube writers out there. Really, the only writers you're going to find online, the only jobs that they've been able to work are like blog writing jobs or SEO writing jobs, where it's completely different from YouTube writing. When you write a blog to try to rank on Google, you're trying to jam as many keywords in as possible, and you're just trying to jam as much information in there as possible. Whereas on YouTube, you're really trying to write more of a story that's like emotional and story driven. So I had to find a way to take this pool of generally good writers, but they just haven't been trained in YouTube videos, and put through some kind of like SOP or process to train them to write my YouTube videos. So what I did was I analyzed all my videos that did really well, and I realized that most of my videos, the really successful ones, they all followed relatively the same format. We have a hook, and then we tell the story in a certain way. Maybe we go through the Nestle story chronologically, or instead of that, we just have sections on different interesting things that Nestle has done. So I broke down all my really viral videos. I created templates for it, and then once I had those templates, like just kind of like almost a fill-in-the-blank kind of thing that they could follow through, then I hired them, had them go through my template, kind of trained them on my process, and that kind of guaranteed that they would write something a lot closer to what I want.
I'm curious if you had this finding. This is something I found, was that I was trying to get people to write like me for so long, and then eventually I was like, let me just try a video where they write closer to how they write, but still within my guidelines, and not adjust it at all and see if it does the same. And it relatively did about the same performance. Did you like have that experience? Like, were you super like, this has to sound exactly like Jake Tran's writing style? Or
if you are a real estate investor who owns single family rentals and you're looking to transition into multifamily,
yeah, if you try to get it like completely one-to-one with my writing style, it's gonna take forever, and they're probably never gonna get there. So I get like 90% of the way there, and then I'm pretty satisfied.
That makes sense.
And I also give them like general rules of thumb, like, hey, I like to say this phrase written this way, so I can, when I speak it into the microphone, it's a lot easier for me. But yeah, I get like 90% of the way there, and then I'm pretty satisfied.
Do you are you big on like segmenting the edits of the video? Like, this editor does the first minute, this editor does the next 10 minutes, the next editor does the next 10 minutes, or is it usually one person?
Yeah, the secret to how I'm able to pump out so many videos really quickly is I have different editors working on each section of the video. And then at the end, a lead editor takes all their sections and stitches it together. And they're all trained on my editing style. They know like the editing aesthetic that we're going for. So that's why it works. And that's why we can pump out a video like way faster than most channels.
That's interesting. Yeah, I spend a disproportionate amount of time on the first minute of the video. Like, that takes just as long as, even with this podcast, we have these really, or twice as long as the full edit, plus the thumbnail, plus like all the inform clips and stuff. Yeah, that's interesting. Do you think Americans are lazy?
I don't think so. Or else we wouldn't have the best country, like with the best companies, the most successful companies.
I guess for employees specifically, compared to like other country work.
Well, if you paid Americans like $200K a year, then they would be as motivated as someone in the Philippines or whatever.
You think so?
Maybe not as motivated, but pretty close. But on the other hand, not many people can afford to pay $200K per year employees.
That's very true. Yeah, I guess I haven't tried that one out myself. So how do you manage the large amount of employees working on your YouTube channels?
So a lot of people like to have meetings. I hate this. So right from the start, I made it a goal to not have any meetings at all. So throughout my entire business, I probably only had like 2 or 3 meetings with some employees, and that was early on when I didn't really know what I was doing. But I've set up everything in a way where, you know, everyone knows their responsibilities. They know that, hey, when I finish this edit, I'm gonna give it to this guy. When I finish this audio, I'm gonna give it to this editing team. So everything's streamlined like that, to where everything works and I don't have to have any meetings. And when I do have to explain something kind of complex, I'll always record a Loom, like a screen capture. I just use like Loom, the app. and I just explain my thoughts visually, and that kind of gets the point across.
Got it. Now, Loom has been a lifesaver for me. I think its headline is like no more meetings or something.
Yeah.
Very true. Okay, so what would you say your software stack is on everything? Are you managing this all on Trello, ClickUp, something like that?
Yeah, for editing, we use Premiere Pro and After Effects from Adobe, like Photoshop for thumbnails. To talk with everyone, we use Slack. But for the first like 2 years of me running my channel with other people, I literally just stuck to Skype, like the free messenger. So I think most people, you just stick to a free messaging app like WhatsApp to start out. Once it gets too much to manage, then you can move on to Slack, but it does cost more money. For project management, again, I stuck to no project management apps until I couldn't anymore. And then once I did, I tried all the other ones like Monday and whatever. I ended up going with Notion just because everything's customizable. So we use Notion for everything. And then for like script writing, we just stick with Google Docs, Google Drive for storage.
Got it. And then Frame for like reviews, probably? Gotcha. Okay.
I don't like Frame, but we have to use it.
We just switched to Dropbox Replay. My issue with it was I couldn't use Replay on my phone. So like if I was like on the go, I couldn't like revise any edits or making sure things were happening, and editors weren't getting notifications. And I was like, you know what? This isn't worth it. This is slowing us down just that much. So I'm going to switch it back to Frame. But what do you not like about Frame?
It's expensive. The mobile app barely works.
Yeah.
This is a pain to use.
It's really expensive. Interesting. And then as far as managing your employees, do you speak with them yourself, or do you have like an operator in place for this?
Yeah, so once we have like too many of like the same I think I read this in Jocko's book, Extreme Ownership, but once a team surpasses like 4 to 5 people, that becomes too much to manage. So you appoint one of them as a leader, and then you keep teams around like 4 to 5 people. So that's what I do. Once there's like over 4 video editors, I'll just appoint the best one as the lead video editor, and I just communicate through him, and then he communicates with the rest. Same with the other rows.
Got it. And do you have a person like above all those people that you just talk to, or is that kind of hard to manage?
I think most people should. I still do it myself, just because I kind of know how everything works already.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that might have been a mistake I made. I tried to make it to where I just speak to one person and they speak to everyone, but an issue that you find as a creator is like often your employees are excited to work for you, so they want to like have that one-on-one relationship with you. Have you found that to be an issue? Or
I think it would be an issue if I hired fans, but I'm personally not a fan of hiring fans. Have you done that? Is that why?
Yeah, I feel like I've hired a bunch of fans on the editing side, or just like people that see the following and they kind of respect you more than like some other employee. They just don't feel as like personable. But some people have no issue with it at all.
Yeah, I can see that becoming a problem. I think a lot of my employees like that I talk to them directly.
And then how do you hire people? Do you have any hiring secrets for YouTube channels?
Yeah, the big secret is most people, they look at their resume and their cover letter or whatever. I don't look at any of that. I just ask for their top 3 edits, the top 3 things they've written, because that actually shows that they can do it. And then most people hire them right away and then test them out for like a month. I test them out in like a day to see if they can actually do it, and then if they can't, I move.
That's really interesting. A day. Yeah, I mean, my thing is like edit, and if they can't do it in 24 hours, it's like, should you really be an employee of the company? Like, if you're not going to deliver now.
Exactly.
Are you hiring from like Indeed, LinkedIn, online jobs, PH, Facebook groups, Reddit?
My favorite has always LinkedIn and Upwork.
Okay.
Yeah, I found the most successful ones.
And you're hiring internet?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, you can make a job post on LinkedIn.
And then, would you say you're bigger on like hiring fast or firing fast?
Both.
Gotcha.
Yeah, every time I've given an employee like a second chance where they like mess up on something, it never ends well. So I think, you know, the faster they get to a better opportunity that fits them better, the better for them and the better for us too. So yeah, hire fast and fire fast.
I often get asked what distinguishes Nuvia from other implant centers or other dental practices. I'm Dr. Ahmed Azidin with Nuvia Dental Implants.
The faster they get to a better opportunity that fits them better, the better for them and the better for us too. So yeah, hire fast and fire fast.
Something I saw from you, you don't believe analytics matter when a video goes viral.
Yeah, so everyone talks about, you know, click-through rate and watch time, how many people click on the thumbnail, and how long they watch. But I think YouTube's AI is way more complex than that. I think there's a lot more factors. I think they take in everything from, like if you're watching the video, if you're like scrolling to the comments or like scrolling to the other videos, you're not actually engaging with the video. Because I've had videos with really good click-through rate and watch time, but they don't really take off. But other videos where I can tell, I can just feel the videos more, it connects with viewers more. People just like it more, they're engaging more. Those videos take off even if the click-through rate and watch time is not as good. So I think, you know, with our brand now, I've learned more about the Amazon algorithm. I think YouTube's algorithm is just as complicated as Amazon or Google or OpenAI, where they take in way more than you think. Like what you're looking at on the screen, where your mouse is going, commenting, likes, etc. I think that all plays a factor.
It's really interesting. What other parts of that, like what have you learned about Amazon's algorithm? Have there been any unique things that you're like, oh, I didn't know they looked at that?
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, there's two worlds on YouTube: SEO, trying to rank for keywords, and trying to go viral. Amazon is pretty much exactly the same as like the SEO world on YouTube, where on YouTube you're trying to find keywords that have high search volume a month, like 10,000 searches a month, with low competition, so you can easily rank to the top position. And if you rank to the top position, you can capture a lot of those searches to your video, and you get like passive views every month. Amazon's the exact same way, where the whole goal to start out is you find keywords with high traffic, low competition, and if you make a genuinely good product with like a good hero image, a lot of people will click on it. It will naturally rank to the top, and you'll capture a lot of those sales.
In your experience, having worked with like new and upcoming YouTube channels and people asking for advice, like what's the biggest lever people aren't utilizing? Are they not working on their thumbnails enough, or are they not working on their ideas enough? The channel concept to start out with, what would you say is?
Yeah, I think everyone focuses on the video editing way too much. Obviously the video itself has to be good, but I think most people are putting like 90% of their effort into the video, and then at the last 10% they finally work on the title and thumbnail, and then they wonder why it bombs. Whereas I think it should be like 50-50. 50% of your effort should be first spent on the channel idea, the video idea, the title, thumbnail, and then the second half you should actually spend on the video. Because if the foundation isn't there, if the channel idea isn't good, if your channel isn't different enough from the other channels in your niche, and then if your video idea is kind of generic, or it's been something that's covered on YouTube a bunch and you don't have a new angle to it, if your title thumbnail isn't good, no one's going to click on it, so no one's going to watch your video. So I think people should put way more effort into the channel idea, video idea, title, thumbnail first, and then you actually work on the video.
What advice would you have for thumbnails?
The best advice is literally just copying, as long as it's not from direct competitors. So if you're in the finance niche, try not to copy a thumbnail, title thumbnail from another famous finance channel, because people have already seen that, and you're just going to look like you're copying them. But if you take a really viral title thumbnail from a different niche, now you have something that you know works, that's been proved to work. And since you took it from a different niche, people in your audience in your niche has not seen it yet. So it's going to look both effective and different in your niche. And people might think it's weird to like copy titles and thumbnails, like I want to create it myself. But every big YouTuber, every big channel owner copies titles and thumbnails from other channels. You see it all the time. So if they're copying from other channels, you should definitely be copying from other channels.
Yeah, and the shocking part about this is, where did they copy, like big YouTubers, where did they copy their videos from? It's like small channels, usually. Like they find like an outlier.
Yeah.
Like when you look at a successful thing to copy, it's not a channel that averages 10 million views per video and you just pick one of those videos. It's a channel that averages 400 views per video and they got one that randomly has 300,000 views. You know, it's like, okay, that's a really good one because no one has ever seen this channel before, so obviously it went well in the algorithm. What's kind of your process for identifying outliers?
So I know a lot of people use the Outlier app. I use it sometimes to get like title thumbnail ideas. For video ideas itself, like what video I create next, it's kind of a mix. Now a lot of people recommend me ideas like in my network, like they just like my channel, so they have like some idea, and sometimes I get really good ideas from that. A lot of times I get good ideas just from scrolling other social media platforms like Instagram, TikTok, etc. I find some idea that works well on the food channel or whatever. And other times, if I get a really good idea, there's like 2 criteria for me. Number 1, if the video idea has never been covered on YouTube yet, then I can just make like a general overview video of it and I'll be good. If it's an idea that has already been covered on YouTube a lot, like let's say I've made a video on Epstein already, so I can't, and I want to make another one, but I can't just make the same video. So you can go for it. Originally I made like an overview. When I wanted to make another one, I made a video on how initially he made his money with Ponzi scheme, so I focused on that angle of the video idea. So same kind of topic, completely different angle.
So you take something viral and then kind of twist it to a new angle. It's interesting. You said the Outlier app? What is that?
Yeah, it's called 1 of 10.
Oh yeah. I've heard about that one. Have you used like the Mr. Beast one? I can't remember the name of it. Viewstats.
I didn't know yet.
Yeah. It's pretty good stuff. You can like search thumbnails by like text in the thumbnail or like what's in the thumbnail. I guess the thumbnails themselves, like what's the design process? Like do you just have one thumbnail guy or is it like a bunch of people always trialing out? Or
yeah, I have a few different thumbnail designers and then I just pick the best one. I give them all the same set of instructions like, hey, this video's about this, maybe we should have this in the thumbnail, the text should probably be this, and then whoever makes the best one, I use that one.
Do you split test those?
Sometimes, but I don't really do that very often.
Me either. Yeah.
Because if it takes off, it takes off. If it doesn't, I change the thumbnail right then and there.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. And
At Hendrix, our cancer care
is in the details. We have a wonderful team of highly trained.
Makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. And my secret of thumbnails is, you know, when you're scrolling YouTube yourself or scrolling TikTok or whatever, typically you're not like over intellectualizing it. Typically your brain is turned half off and you're kind of just trying to find a video that will distract you. So when I evaluate a thumbnail and title, I do the same thing. I try to put my brain in the same half turned off state, and I just see if it piques my brain's interest. If it piques my like primitive brain's interest, and if it does, I know that's the one. If it doesn't, I keep trying out like a different thumbnail.
That's one of the best pieces of advice I've heard you say in previous interviews. That's something I realized myself. I was like, I'm too biased because these are my videos. Like to be able to watch this from an outside perspective, honestly, just got pretty drunk and like watched one of my videos and I was like, I get it. I understand what people see now. And it's like, okay, like people don't even care about this part of the video. They only care about this thing, you know? So yeah, just doing something I don't recommend alcohol, guys. To get yourself in a mental state where you're a little less interested in yourself, like the interest level that other people would be in you naturally. Social media and be like, why was my interest piqued by this thumbnail or this title or this video? Like, why did I stop scrolling? Do you look at comments a lot?
I usually look at get a general sense of the video, but I because I think I'm better at not letting them get to me, but I am still human at the end of the day, so like some comments will still get to me sometimes, so I just avoid looking at all of them.
Do you use them as kind of a feedback loop? I noticed on YouTube it's a bit different, but TikTok or Instagram Reels, for instance, like they'll directly tell you why the video went viral pretty much every single time. They'll tell you why the video's bad. But YouTube, it's kind of like a different discussion. Is it look at your comments that go viral?
It's good to get a general sense of how you're reacting to the video, like how they like it. For future viral video ideas, probably not.
So how do you, like if you have a video that flops, it's a 10 out of 10, meaning it's the worst performing in the last 10 videos, like what's your next course of action? Just different thumbnails, different ideas?
If I know the video itself is good, and I've gotten pretty good at like telling if it's like genuinely good or not, then yeah, the title thumbnail is probably the problem. So I'll try to come over with a brand new one. And half the time, you change the title thumbnail to a better one, and after a few days, after a few weeks, it starts picking up again. If I know the video is like not the best, then I know to not do whatever mistake I made again on a video.
Something I wanted to ask about the emotion side. Is there like an emotion, a human emotion you typically try to trigger in your content? Like do you have like a go-to emotion like fear, anxiety, anything like that? I
mean, the stuff I talk about is pretty dark, so it's like the dark emotions. And a lot of people call my channel like conspiracy. I'm not conspiracies. I think most of the stuff I talk about is very true. But kind of that conspiracy emotion, whatever you want to call that, of like questioning authority and stuff. That's what I would say.
What are the best niches for making money on YouTube?
It's going to be finance and like crypto and investing and stuff like that. But if you're not genuinely interested in those things, it doesn't really matter because you're going to go into that niche, chasing the money, and then you're going to give up after a few uploads because you're not actually interested in it. So what I believe is the most profitable niche is the one you're genuinely interested in, because, you know, my channel is not the most profitable niche. It's like actually pretty average in terms of like how much I make from ads, but I still make more money than most channels out there because I'm actually interested in it, to where, you know, making videos about this stuff, those is gonna want to learn about anyways. So as long as you're not in a niche that gets demonetized, or you're like talking about drugs, or you have to show like real war footage or violent footage, then as long as you're genuinely interested in it, you can make a lot of money.
And would you say the interest is kind of important because, like, say you read about conspiracy theories all the time and you find a video about a new one, you'll kind of know like that it's novel and unique because you've read so many before, so you kind of gauge that other people have interest in it. Is that kind of the thought behind picking something?
Definitely, that's another huge benefit, where if you're the same as your audience, then you kind of know what they like, and you're kind of tapped into the community and what's happening, and you know what's unique, just like you said.
And then I guess your video ideas now on the main channel, are those pulled from, like you said, you look at outliers? Is that looking at other channels and looking at the thumbnail? Is it looking at the ideas? You said it's other platforms sometimes.
Yeah, it's mainly other platforms and people recommending me ideas. Because I found that if you try to find video ideas from YouTube, you're naturally going to look at other channels in your niche. And if you copy other channels in your niche, you're going to come off exactly like them. And whenever I try copying other channels in your niche, it never ends well, because you just don't come off different enough. And I think the whole name of the game is being different. Because most people try to go into, like they watch the finance niche, they really like it, so they try to copy a channel in the finance niche. But if you do that, you're not giving viewers an inherent reason to watch your videos over theirs. So the easiest way to be different is to just not get your ideas from the same exact channels that you're kind of competing against.
What's the most money you've made from a YouTube video?
The most I've made from a single video? Probably 80K, 90K, probably around there.
Did you see that video good?
Do you need a loan for your business? Well, it's been around for over a year. I'm about to show you how to get up to 3.
And how many views did that video get?
I don't remember. Maybe a million? Yeah,
a million views?
Yeah.
How are the CPM so high?
Yeah, I made some money with ads, but it was mainly with the sponsor.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the sponsor paid a lot.
Okay, so the sponsor kind of covered the video.
Yeah.
You can't say the name of the sponsor, I'm guessing. What kind of niche? What was it, like finance niche or?
Yeah, it was probably finance, and yeah, we're like contractually obligated not to reveal the price of sponsors.
Is that kind of why you decided to launch your own product? Because you saw that these sponsors were paying you at, that you could kind of have your own thing and make more money in the YouTube AdSense?
That's definitely one reason. So when I made the eFood Squad channel, I was thinking about how to monetize it, and on top of that, me personally, I was looking for an all-natural moisturizer. Because I was tired of using lotions from everything I learned about the industry. So I saw that beef tallow bombs were starting to pick up, like a friend recommended I look into it. I used it myself, I liked it, but I saw like gaps in the marketplace with beef tallow bombs. So I set out to create a better one with better branding and everything. So that's kind of how that came about. And on top of that, yeah, I also saw that, you know, dealing with sponsors is great. They pay you a lot of money up front, but I wasn't building any equity. And so I thought, why not have like a different income stream where I kind of get the best of both worlds? Like, I still deal with sponsors, but I'm still promoting my own thing too.
Would you say that the channel has been responsible for the majority of sales for this? Or would you say it's been like things like Amazon, FBA rankings, TikTok Shop, that kind of thing?
I think, you know, me having the eFood Squad channel and us having this this really good brand story of like, hey, we have this really official YouTube channel, the branding of the product matches the channel, we have the brand story there, the design of the product being good itself, that definitely gave it a super big jump start. And then all the other stuff we do with Amazon, that kind of like took it off the ground from there.
And then it's a good product because recurring buy, of course. Do you plan on getting it in stores or?
Maybe in a year or two, but not right now. Yeah, we're just focusing with e-commerce for now.
We'll stop talking about money in a second. I swear I have a few more about it. But can you kind of give me the breakdown of what the financials look like right now in terms of sponsors, AdSense? I know you're in the info business as well. You have CPG products. Mm-hmm. What's kind of the breakdown in percentage?
In terms of like raw revenue, that definitely makes the most. But I have other investors in it, and we're reinvesting all the cash. So I actually don't get much cash from Evil Goods.
This is your highest performing?
Yeah.
More than the YouTube channels?
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
But again, I actually don't really get much money in my pocket.
Yeah.
So it's more of like an equity play. Yeah, info sponsors is probably next. And then YouTube ads on that.
Cool. Can you say how much revenue this has been doing, or is that kind of under wraps?
Yeah.
Cool. Do you have any advice to anyone launching a product like this?
Yeah. It's literally just the same as the channel, like how to find a channel idea. You want to look for a gap in the marketplace. And then on top of that, I would go into it knowing that, hey, this is not just like a side hustle thing. It's actually like its own entire business that you need like employees and a team for, and it's going to take up a lot of your mental bandwidth versus like, hey, I'm going to launch my own little t-shirt brand or something like that. It's definitely its own separate entire business that requires a lot of brain power. Other than that, yeah, finding a gap in the marketplace, like if you want to go into supplements or some health products or whatever it is, you want to buy all the products that you're going to be competing against. You want to write down exactly what you like about them, what you don't like about them, and then you want to go to a manufacturer and say, hey, these are the things I want to improve on it. And then on top of that, just like with titles and thumbnails, how they're the entry point into your video, your packaging for your product is also like the entry point into your product, because that's going to be on like the thumbnail on Amazon and whatever, or on Facebook ads or whatever. So that would be my advice.
Were you surprised how much the things you've learned about YouTube have kind of correlated to this industry, for instance, or like run Facebook ads? Has that been hard for you, or has it been kind of similar?
I intentionally try to bring as much of my knowledge from YouTube into like Evil Goods, for example. Like my knowledge of like thumbnails, I put it back into like the design of the label. So it really, really helps. Now, it was definitely like a major advantage I had. So
yeah, I'm just gonna focus to the audience for a second. It's great packaging. This is one of my favorite products I've seen that's been launched, just in terms of the branding. Was this based on a thumbnail that had done well? Was this made by your thumbnail designers?
It actually was.
That's crazy.
I gave him some like specific instructions, but yeah, it was made by my literally exact same thumbnail designer.
And then, was there any other research that kind of went into you picking this product specifically? Like, did you see an uptrend in like Google data that people were buying it more, searching for it more? Was there another product that had done well that wasn't branded as well?
Well, just
Avoid these foods to avoid dark spots. Good. Kiwi. Kiwi fruits are packed with
So let's talk about ketosis and ketones. The keto diet is becoming increasingly popular from what I've seen. It's actually the diet that I'm on at the moment. How does that play into everything we've talked about?
Yeah, so this is an opportunity for me to do a little bit of nutrient biochemistry, or a little discussion of metabolism, so that people appreciate what ketones even are and where they come from. So the entirety of the human body is a metabolic hybrid, in that the body is largely burning fuel from two sources. It is burning blood glucose or blood sugar, or it's burning fat. Those are the two main fuels for the body by extension. Now the brain was an exception. The brain is glucose or ketones, but I'll get to where the ketones come from. The rest of the body isn't really relying on ketones as much as fats or glucose. or blood sugar. Insulin is what decides which fuel is used. So as much as the metabolic engine has two fuel sources, insulin will decide which one is opened and which one is closed. If insulin is high, the body is sugar burning. And you can measure this in the whole body level by measuring the amount of oxygen and CO2 that the body is producing. Because different biochemistry or the burning of the fuels will produce a different amount of CO2. We could hook you up to some calorimeter and measure that your RER, the respiratory exchange ratio, the balance between CO2 and oxygen, would go higher. So we increase your insulin. Like if I infused you with insulin, in the next few minutes, we would see that your RER would go up, and we'd say, boy, you're sugar burning. Or we allow insulin to come down, and then the RER goes down, which is reflective of fat burning. So it's insulin that determines whether the body is sugar burning or fat burning. Now, when insulin has been low for about 16 or so hours, something interesting starts happening at the liver. So the liver, with insulin being low, is burning a lot of fat, including its own fat that the liver can store. The liver can store fat, but also fat coming from fat cells. Because if insulin is low, the fat are leaking out fat to be burned by the body. And because insulin is low, the liver keeps burning it. And the liver essentially continues to burn so much fat that it fills its own needs. It meets its own needs and says to itself, hey, I don't need to keep burning fat. I have all the energy I need. I'm doing great. But it can't stop burning fat because insulin is low. And if insulin stays low, fat burning keeps going. And so...
Because the body doesn't have enough glucose.
Well, it's acting, yes, so in this sense, it's doing it to help replace the glucose that isn't coming in. That's the value of the ketone. So as the liver is continuing to burn fat, it essentially gets to a point of fat burning where it's burning more fat than it needs. And that excess, if you will, is what becomes ketones. So ketones are kind of a metabolic release valve for the liver cell to say, I don't know what to do with all this fat burning. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. There's not a lot of glucose coming in. And so the brain may start to get hungry, so I'm going to start making ketones. And so ketones are nothing more than a product of a lot of fat burning. And anyone who even fasts for 24 hours, you wake up that next morning, you're in some degree of ketosis. Lest anyone think it's an extreme thing. People are going in and out of ketosis. Ideally, often, say ideally, it's because ketones are, as we've already said, fuel for the brain. Stage Alzheimer's disease, and have them go through a series of, like one example is you ask the patient with Alzheimer's to draw the face of an analog clock, a circle with 1, 2 through 12, and then some hands on it, and it is utter chaos. This is published reports. You then put them into ketosis, ask them, can you please draw the face of a clock? It's still sloppy, but it is absolutely the face of a clock. You ask them when they're not in ketosis to try to tie their shoelaces. They can't think through the puzzle of tying the shoelaces. Ask them to do it again when they're in ketosis. All of a sudden, they can tie their shoelaces. More than that, they can get themselves dressed. All of these are published case reports. It's just my long-winded way of saying the brain thrives when it has ketones as a fuel source. But the benefits don't stop there. My lab published a report finding that when humans were in ketosis, which is just a term for ketones being elevated, we pulled out small pieces of belly fat and measured the metabolic rate of that belly fat. And we found that in ketosis, the metabolic rate of that belly fat was 3 times higher than when the people were not in ketosis.
What does that mean?
Yeah, so that means that the fat was suddenly behaving in a much more energetic way. That fat tissue has a very low metabolic rate. And then all of a sudden, when the ketones came into them, they started getting much more active and they started burning more energy, which is going to be very helpful for someone who wants to lose fat. If your fat cells now have a 3 times higher metabolic rate, that means that the fat cells are starting to act a little bit more like your muscle cells, and they're just burning more energy.
So does that mean that I'm going to lose fat faster?
Yes, absolutely, and that is what happens. There are very well done controlled studies to show that if you control for all calories, when a human is in ketosis, their metabolic rate goes up. Your whole body is just burning more. It's just everything's kind of been turned on a little more. The furnace of the metabolism has just been, you have a little more fuel kind of stoking the fire. So ketones will increase metabolic rate of fat tissue. We found a paper that we published documenting how we took muscle cells and kind of insulted the muscle cells to determine how tough the muscle cells were. When we incubated the muscle cells with ketones, they were much more resistant to injury. So the ketones act to protect muscle tissue. And in a way, that is reflective of a function of ketones. Ketones are a defender of muscle. Ketones are basically the way to tell the brain, saying, brain, you think you need a lot of glucose, and if you don't get enough glucose, you would start stripping the protein from muscle to turn it into glucose. But I'm here as a ketone, so you can eat me instead and leave the muscle alone. So we published, again, a direct report finding that ketones actually make muscle more resistant to injury. And this could be why you're seeing more and more elite athletes using ketones as an actual ergogenic aid or like a supplement to help them be better. So at my university, at BYU, just this year, our men's and women's cross-country team took the national championships, the best college runners in the nation. Pretty impressive. One of the things they do is they take these ketone drinks before they train and before they race. Some more and more of the Tour de France teams.
If you're looking to lose body fat and gain muscle and stay consistent, look no further. I have found it.
More of the Tour de France teams take ketone supplements because it is just another fuel. It is something that the body can burn. That we always say, well, if once you start running out of glucose, you're going to bump, you're going to hit the wall. Well, what if you don't really use glucose because you're burning a lot of fat and a lot of ketones instead, and that keeps your glucose kind of untouched? You're not relying on the glucose. And we see this in humans. If there's a human that is adapted to a keto diet, they burn fat at a higher rate than was ever thought humanly possible. That fat is basically fueling all of their muscle movement during the exercise session, rather than relying predominantly on glucose. The body has adapted. It's burning fat for fuel and burning ketones for fuel. And it's leaving the muscle as a last resort when it really needs a big kick.
I've seen these keto drinks.
Yes.
Or shots.
Well, there's a bunch of different types. If you look at the spectrum of ketones, effective, called ketone salts, where a molecule of ketone and binds it to a mineral like calcium or magnesium. Not as effective. That's a lot of minerals, so people will find that they may get a lot of plaque on their teeth.
Yeah. Maybe
Increased risk of kidney stones, so it comes with some consequences. Then you have the ketone ester, which often comes in shots.
Yeah.
Then you have the bioidentical BHB, or the bioidentical ketone. One company, which is Original Ketone, they make it. Now, these ones are more effective. You take a little bit of these and we'll get an increase in ketones. They're a little more expensive too. But as the space is becoming more competitive, the price is coming down.
And what exactly does it do? So if I took a shot of bioidentical keto drink, what would go on in my body, and how would that impact my cognitive performance or athletic performance?
So it would result, so you're drinking it in, you're immediately absorbing it from your gut.
Yeah.
So if you were not in ketosis, let's say you had, and I'm not encouraging people to do this, you had just eaten 2 bagels and a cup of sugary coffee. You're no ketones, undetectable, because insulin has come up, it's inhibited ketone production. And then you drink a shot of the ketone, within an hour we would detect your ketones. It would have gone maybe to 1 million, which is a pretty significant level.
Yeah.
And they're capable of that kind of movement. And maybe you do so because you're thinking, I really need to be sharp right now.
Would that make me sharper?
Well, that's where we have to speculate. There's no, my lab published animal evidence suggesting that yes, indeed, it makes you sharper. We had these animals navigate mazes and recognize objects. And when the animals were on a ketogenic diet, they were much sharper. They were much better at solving problems and remembering solutions to previous problems.
It's one of the, I asked this in particular because, as my team know, because I've said it to them a lot over the last couple of weeks since I've been on keto diet, I've been literally pricking my finger to check.
Confirming.
My keto levels. And the highest I've gotten to is like 2.5.
Which is high.
Is it high?
It's not problematic.
Right.
I mean, that is just proof positive that you're in ketosis, which itself is proof positive that you're burning a lot of fat.
Yeah.
And 3, that your insulin levels are low.
That dropped off my body like I've never seen in my life.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So the power there is, like, if you'll allow me to kind of springboard off of that comment, the power of, so if someone is listening to this and they're thinking, okay, I need to shrink my fat cells.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't realize that there's 2 variables to what caused their fat cells to grow in the first place. They have no awareness of the value of insulin in this formula. All they do is pay attention to the calories. And so the average individual is looking down the road of this fat cell shrinking journey, and they're thinking, okay, what I have to do is just cut my calories. And what do they do to cut their calories? They do the exact wrong thing. And before I even answer that, let me just present this scenario. Let's imagine that Stephen and I, everyone listening is invited. Stephen and I are hosting a buffet. We have the world's best chefs. It is going to be a table filled with the most delicious foods you can imagine. You're in our invitation, we say, come hungry, because you're going to want to try a little bit of everything. Everyone listening, ask yourselves, what would you do to come as hungry as possible? You'd probably do two things. Or think, how did you go to your Thanksgiving or your Christmas dinner as hungry as possible? You would eat a little less in some period of time before the event, and you would exercise a little more. And it would work. You would be very hungry. That's why the traditional advice given for weight loss doesn't work. Because we tell people, eat less, exercise more. Sure, you maybe lose a little bit of weight in the short term, but all that does, you've given them the perfect recipe to promote hunger. And hunger always wins. As a good example, in the US, we have a game show. Maybe there was some version of this in the UK called The Biggest Loser. It was essentially who can lose the most weight. And it was through a punishing regimen of caloric restriction. Eat less, exercise more. That is like the perfect embodiment of that approach. They were starving and they were exercising to insane degrees. And oh my goodness, did they lose a lot of weight. And yet you never see them again. They don't do a reunion tour 5 years or 10 years later because they gain it all back.
Do you know they gain it all back?
They do. In fact, a paper published in the US from the National Institutes of Health documented not only the degree to which they gain weight back, but also how it almost literally breaks their metabolism. That normally a person's metabolic rate is connected to their body mass. A bigger body has a higher metabolic rate. A smaller body has a lower metabolic rate. This is just human physiology. And no surprise, when someone loses weight, there's less of body, and so metabolic rate goes down. As they gain weight back, metabolic rate will typically go back up as well.
If you want to boost the fat-burning metabolism, take cayenne pepper extract. If you want to raise your T levels, take ginseng and cordyceps.
Well, except for the contestants in The Biggest Loser. They started with a high metabolic rate because of a high body fat level. They lost a substantial amount of weight. No surprise, metabolic rate went down substantially. But this is such a dramatic change that as they started gaining weight back, metabolic rate did not come back with it. It stayed lower than it should have. Normally it's connected, sort of one-to-one. Wherever body weight is going, metabolic rate is going. Except in these people. That method of dramatic weight loss through such severe restriction, which is based purely on the caloric theory of obesity, leads to significant hunger. So no surprise, if a person's attempting to shrink their fat cells or lose weight, if the first step is I'm going to cut my calories and they don't address their high insulin, they're never going to lose weight in the long run. They're going to step right back to where they were. Because if they start cutting calories but insulin is still high, that's going to make them very hungry because insulin wants to be storing energy. A professor from Harvard named David Ludwig found this. If you have people eating a lower calorie meal that spikes their insulin, it makes them much hungrier than a lower calorie meal that doesn't spike insulin. So that's the key. Anyone listening, if you're thinking, I need to be on a fat cell shrinking journey, let the first step of that journey be, I'm going to lower my insulin.
Which means
I'm going to control my carbohydrates. I'm going to stop eating carbohydrates that come from bags and boxes with barcodes. And while I am restricting those carbohydrates, I'm going to focus more on protein and fat. So control carbs, prioritize protein, and don't fear the fat that comes with those proteins. Fat and protein together is a miraculous combination, helping you feel full. And it is literally giving everything you need. There are such things as essential proteins. There are such things as essential fats. So focus on those. And that will be the key to helping insulin come down. Then, as you have found, you haven't, and when you're hungry, eat. If you're not hungry, don't eat. But what the person will find is they're lowering their insulin, all while their metabolic rate is going up. They're learning how to burn their own fat for fuel, because remember the metabolic hybrid, that metaphor, that if you want to lose fat, you need to burn fat. You're not going to lose fat if you're always burning glucose. It's fat that you need to burn. And as you start burning more fat, you realize that it's like the hump on a camel. That hump exists because it is a big source of fat for that animal to be using its own fat for energy. We have our own version of that. So you think about the average individual who's chubby, they have hundreds of thousands of calories waiting to be burned in those fat cells. It's just that their chronically elevated insulin is never letting them burn it. And so as the person starts making these changes in their diet to lower insulin, they now can finally start relying on their own fat for fuel. So it's no surprise that their hunger starts to come down. Let that be the natural way in which you're controlling your calories. Don't control your calories because you're forcing yourself to be hungry and eat less. Control your calories because you simply aren't hungry.
So I'll overlay this with my own sort of anecdotal experience. So I, every year, do a keto diet, usually for about 8 weeks. This time it's going to go on for a little bit longer. And the reason, in part, why it's going to go on a little bit longer is I've just learned more about what's going on in my body. And also, because I podcast now and do a lot of speaking on stage and those kinds of things, I see tremendous variance in my ability for my brain to articulate what I want to say.
The same way.
It's like, it's absurd.
Yes.
I was saying this the other night to the team that were with me here in Los Angeles, and I've tried to say it to so many people. As someone that can spend 9 hours a day trying to think of the next question to ask, or trying to remember the research, or on stage in front of 1,000 people trying to deliver a story or a point, I get to see experience, which I where some days I'll go up on stage, I'll be in a podcast, and it's like my brain and my mouth aren't connected. And then on other days, specifically when I started doing ketosis or having a ketogenic diet, it just flows.
Yeah.
It just flows so well. And I was saying to my team, it feels like I'm looking at the world like this these days. Like I've got this intense, for anyone that can't see me, I just stretched my eyes, but like I've got this intense focus on the world. The other thing I've noticed with my diet is I get hungry, but not like I used to get hungry. And then very quickly after I start eating, I stop. I don't seem to be like doing like these, I used to kind of binge a little bit.
Yeah.
I used to have like a longer eating sessions, and my hunger goes very quickly. I also found that I didn't have these like fluctuating energy levels throughout the day.
Yes.
I don't crash anymore. I used to get like slumps.
Oh, for sure.
And I don't slump anymore. And then the other thing, which a lot of people care mostly about, is the fat, so like belly fat. I have never seen anything that has stripped belly fat off me faster. And I'm talking in a matter of weeks that I could, you know, count on one hand than doing the ketogenic diet. And if I could literally show a picture of my scales, because I have these digital scales on the screen, and it's just trundling along, and then there's this cliff edge where it goes directly down. And so much so actually that one of my concerns with the ketogenic diet is how the hell do I keep my muscle?
Oh, that's a great question.
Is my girlfriend, to her credit, when I did ketosis the first time, she was like, I've never ever seen you look like this when I took my top off. But also, it was quite clear that my muscles had got smaller. I was lean as fuck, but my muscles were smaller. So with caution this time I did ketosis again, and I've been thinking, how the fuck do I keep my muscles?
Okay, so first of all, let me just add a hearty amen. I'm an advocate of a ketogenic diet, although it can be applied differently across different people. But I would say anyone would benefit from having some modest period of time of elevated ketones, at least in some portion of the day. Now, how do you maintain muscle mass in the midst of such obvious weight loss?
That's what we need to know.
I can only speculate. Now, there are peer-reviewed studies that I can cite which do support the idea that a human can be on a ketogenic diet and have a total maintenance of muscle and strength. That is published, so we know it's possible, although that doesn't seem to be what happened with you. I would suspect that there were two things.
At Hendrix, your cancer care is in the details.
You have questions, and our dedicated clinicians will answer them.
I would suspect that there were two things happening, possibly. Now, I'm speculating here, and I'm pretending to be your coach or your expert here. One could have been that you had relatively lower energy during your workouts because of a slight degree of dehydration. And then the other one would be calories, which I'll come back to in a moment. I just wanted to put it out there. So when insulin comes down, one of the many effects in the body is that another hormone comes down called aldosterone, which is one we've never invoked yet. But low insulin leads to lower aldosterone. When aldosterone comes down, the kidneys begin to eliminate salt and water much more rapidly. Now that's not problematic, but it does mean that a person does have to focus more on hydration and salts. So if someone's going on this strategy and they exercise fairly often, you need to be much more focused on your hydration, literally drinking more, because you will be urinating more, which is partly why people's blood pressure gets so good so quickly. And just to pause on that point, if someone is on 1 or 2 blood pressure medications and they adopt a ketogenic diet, they usually have to stop their medications within 2 days because their blood pressure goes to normal so quickly that if they stay on the medication, they're going too low. So one could be that you were actually working out a little less intensely because of the dehydration. But then 2, it's possible that you were eating too few calories to actually maintain muscle. Muscle is a hungry organ. It is metabolically expensive for the body to keep that muscle on. And as you start to get leaner and leaner, it gets harder and harder for the body to defend that muscle. In fact, that's the difference between fasting and starvation. The longest known evidence of a fast was a man in the UK who fasted for 384 days. Literally not eating or drinking a single calorie. He was under medical supervision, getting vitamins and minerals and water, and he went on to live a perfectly healthy life. But what was the difference? Why was that not starvation? Starvation is when you run out of fat. So you might have gotten to the point of so lean that you didn't have enough fat to burn to make enough ketones to fuel the brain. If you don't have enough fat to burn to make enough ketones, and the brain is saying, all right, well, I want to switch to ketones so that I could spare the glucose, but I can't. There's not enough ketones here, so I have to rely 100% on glucose. But if you're not eating glucose, now the body has to start stripping the protein from muscle. And it sends those amino acids to the liver. Then the liver is so capable, it will turn those amino acids into glucose.
So it turns my muscle
into glucose to feed the brain. So my comment then, finally getting to my answer is, in your version of a ketogenic diet, with your level of muscle mass and your inherent metabolic rate based on your body size and your activity, you probably ought to eat more fat.
I wasn't actually doing the blood test at that point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing it this time around,
yeah.
But I wasn't doing the blood test, so I can actually see my keto levels.
Yeah.
So maybe I wasn't even in ketosis because I wasn't having enough fats.
You might have been, but it could have been you were simply not eating enough calories.
Okay.
I have to. So this is an instance where
that's what I'm trying to do this time.
So eat more fat. Like every time you're making a steak, put butter on there. And when you're drinking a cup of coffee, as crazy as it sounds, I drink yerba mate every morning. I will put a big dab of butter, big dab of butter in my tea, and I'm sipping on it while the world's still asleep and the kids haven't woken up yet. And so I know, because I want to keep my muscle. As a guy who's almost 50, I find that during my strict ketogenic phase, and I'm currently in it as well, every January I go to kind of a carnivore diet. And I mostly do it to, one, lean down, but also to check any addictions and habits. I don't like feeling addicted to things. And my wife will comment. And even as an almost 50-year-old, it's fun to see my six-pack coming. I don't want to lose my mass, my muscle mass, because you have to work so hard to get it.
Yeah.
And what I find is if I increase my fat, I always get plenty of protein. But if I increase my fat content, I have an easier time maintaining my goal.
Are there any downsides of following a ketogenic diet that we need to be aware of?
The only downside I can articulate, so in fact, I didn't even finish, because I distracted myself, mentioning some of the benefits of ketones, but ketones are further anti-inflammatory. Like, they directly reduce inflammation in the body by inhibiting inflammatory processes. And they also improve antioxidant defenses, so it helps reduce oxidative stress. So ketones do have benefits that go beyond even what we've taken the time to articulate. If there's any negative to a ketogenic diet, it could be that you acutely or you temporarily become less metabolically flexible. Now that's me invoking a term we haven't brought up yet. But metabolic flexibility is a term to refer to the body's ability to, when it eats glucose, to burn glucose. When it's not eating glucose, it burns fat. So you're shifting between the two metabolic fuels that we outlined earlier. When someone has been adhering to a ketogenic diet for some time, it's almost as if their body is stuck in fat burning mode. And that if you and I, being in such adapted ketogenic state as we are, if we were to go to lunch and eat 2 bagels and a sugary drink, it would take us a very long time to clear that glucose from our blood. Much longer than otherwise. Like, let's say we go out with the production team, they're eating a normal higher carb diet. All things equal, same body size, same activity, their glucose levels would come up and down in 90 minutes, perhaps. Yours and mine may take 180 minutes to come back down. So the person may say, well, gosh, Stephen and Ben are no longer burning glucose very well. And that's true. In that one moment, our bodies had almost forgotten what it was like to burn a bunch of glucose because we had adapted to fat burning.
Today we are setting up this Chick-fil-A employee for anything she wants. You could pick any item you want. I'll go get it for you. What have you always wanted?
Ooh. Honestly, I really wanted the AirPod Maxes.
AirPod Max? That's very specific. Meet me back here in about 30 minutes. Can you take like a break and I'll come back with it. Now, even though she picked the AirPod Max, I'm going to give her the option to either keep them or trade it for something else. But there is one catch. So I didn't forget about you.
No way! I didn't think you were actually gonna come back.
We'll take a look.
What?
fuck? Fuck those. With all due hostility. Yes, you can. I'll tell you what to do. Yeah, you're gonna spend a couple dollars, but I'm gonna show you what to get. Speaking of haircuts, I'm gonna get my haircut today too. Oh hell no, I'm doing it. Right now I'm gonna fuel up. I don't gotta pick up until tomorrow afternoon. Head back. Ooh. I'm not being nobody's employee except for my own. It's not the same concept. You get paid exclusively for the load altogether. Then I understand. Like if it's an owner-operator joint, I'll do that. Anywho, you did what? Your brother died? What you mean your brother died this morning? Oh, a different brother died. One that you don't talk about. There you go. That makes sense. Cause you like, my brother died. I was like, this must be so nigga you ain't never meet. You don't gotta. This nigga must have just said terrible to her. I don't know what he did, but It's one particular time. Good old conversation. Oh, I might know your husband. Okay. So it wasn't long enough where is anybody gonna get their feelings. Well, anybody give a shit if you ain't my friend no more. Yeah, next to the big wooden spoon and fork. Next to the wicker chair. Oh shit. Like you can't prove that shit, bitch. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know what I did. What didn't do. But how? Let me see. How did she get to be at the house in the first place? They met at work. What was the problem? What was how did this? I'm confused. There's so many blind spots in this story. I don't know if I want to know. I don't know why I asked. Is it pertinent though? Is it though? Yes. Yeah, you just. Can't be doing that. Yeah. Nah, you'll get hired. They cannot not hire you for that. That's discrimination. Especially military jobs. You ain't gonna get hired for DEI anyway. You ain't a white woman. That's not how that works. Yeah. Yeah. That's because they wanted their women home. The white boys are smart. Don't want y'all bitches out the house. Shit is going crazy out here. Bring y'all asses home. What's today? 5:30. I'm in Illinois. It's called a wrap, baby. Just get a wrap. Oh. Hold on, let me change these headphones. Now, go ahead. I can hear you just fine.
So I told you, I was stressed for a few days, and then this morning I wake up to a text message like, I need 5 plates on Saturday.
There it is. There it is. Yeah, don't worry. Ain't no need to worry. The Lord got your back, baby. The good Lord look out for you.
I was on the toilet. I woke up at 2 o'clock. Got on the toilet. Man texted me. He said that. And he said, hey, can I bring the money to you now? I said, yeah.
There's no need to worry, sweetheart. Now, I am off until tomorrow.
I didn't apply for this job yesterday. And day before yesterday. No, I applied for it yesterday. Got a call yesterday evening while I was at the picnic. Today. Sorry, guys. Go get tacos while I head to work.
Ooh, I'm at Taco John's. I got a Taco John's here. I'm about to go enter real quick.
I go right here to Tres Hermanos.
Tres Hermanos.
Yep, right across the street.
3 men's tacos.
Yep, 3 brothers.
Ah, hermanos, not amigos.
But it is almost lunchtime.
Hermanos is brothers, not hombre, which is a man. Amigos is friends. You want me to move?
No. Yeah, you can move. Come on. Come on. And move that out the way. What is you doing?
Trying to get comfortable so I can go outside and get some exercise in and lose this last little bit right here.
I know, my shit don't want to leave.
I gotta keep the insulin low, the protein and the fats high, and fast for a little while during the day. So basically, try to not eat before I get ravenous. So the day before I eat dinner, and I try to go as long as I can without needing to eat, and then try to get my walk in before that with the weighted vest. And then, oh, let me see. Oh shit, looking like a whole lady. Let me touch your lady parts. Keep the starch game low. What if I charge my watch up? I'll charge my watch. Do I want tacos tonight? I'm thinking about eating tacos this evening.
Yes, it's oil. Chicken. Oil. Yes. 4 tacos. 4 tacos. Bada bing and rice. 4 tacos. Yes. 4 tacos. And can I get red and green salsa? Yeah, that's it. I give you only 1 red. How many? 1 red, 1 green. Okay. Anything else? That'll be all. Sugar? Yes, please. Sorry, I kind of talk a little soft. I'm trying. 14, please.
I see you. I hear you. Nice. Oh, you back now? Listen, we about to walk out here and go get this. Get these. We about to go across the street and get these tacos. Cause now I want some. Now I want some. Cause I'm making my. So this is what I'm making. So I got my broccoli and my rice. And then I'm gonna do salmon tonight. This is gonna be dinner. But right now, we about to go get these motherfucking tacos. I'm gonna watch the rest of this movie that I fell asleep on last night because it was really good. What the fuck was I watching? I don't know what streaming service I was on. I think I was on Prime. It was some monster flick. T.I. was in it. Tony Jaa, the girl from what's that shit called? You know, with the haunted mansion and shit, where everybody turned into zombies. The apocalypse shit. Oh, Annihilation. What's it called? It was a video game with the white girl. She running around solving puzzles, and the monsters are trying to get remember the Umbrella Corporation? You know what I'm talking about. What was that movie called? Yes, you do. When I say it, you're gonna be like, yeah, that's it. Damn. Video game with the Umbrella Corp. Resident Evil. Yeah, it is. That's that shit. So the girl from Resident Evil was in that shit. Damn, what was the fucking movie? I just watched it. And I wasn't even done watching it, so it should be in the queue. Some crazy monster movie too. Excuse me. There it is, Monster Hunter. Oh hell no! I wasn't watching on this because you gotta pay for this shit. I wasn't watching on this. Fuck that. I must have been watching that shit on Paramount. Don't do that. I'm not over there yet. Damn, what was I watching? Was I watching on Hulu? What the fuck? It probably was on something I'll never open Hulu. Well, hot damn, sure it is right there on Hulu. a bitch. It did. Until they took all the shit off it. Alright, let's go get this taco. Oh, matter of fact, let me take a swig of this tequila before I order. So I know what I'm going to get. Ooh, tap that. I'm gonna get lit, eat some tacos, take a piss, grab a bottle of water, and take a long ass walk. You know why? Because I can. Respasado. Well, hot damn. All right, that shit was special right there. Ah. What's up? What else you gonna do with that ass? Oh, don't worry, I'm coming. Little perky cheek. Let me see that. Ooh, there it is. Hello. Hi. Hey. What do we have here? Hold up. I'm in the way. What you looking for, black woman? That's usually what's on ass. Look at you done swindled your way back into work. I love it. A to the man. And you good at doing what you do. Mm-hmm. You had me worried for a minute when you said you took accountability. When I seen you actually take some of that one day, I was like, oh shit, who am I dealing with? Took accountability. I was a little nervous. Whatever. I don't think, should I be concerned? This ain't what I'm used to. I like that. All right, sugar. You have a good day. Holler at me when you get off. Later.
plant, snag, from it.
Crack.
Nice.
Look, that shit's semi-pro.
delicacy in Africa. It's called palm wine. It's from a natural palm fruit tree. Ah, thank you, Mama. Thank you so much. I'm going to give one to the father of the land and to the mother of the land. As well to me. As you can see, my palm wine is ready and my bushmeat is ready. Everything is ready. Otago, please. When I get home today, I'm going to finish somebody's song. It's going to be shouting, I shall look up you and say Otago stand! I shall look up you and say Otago stand! Oh! This is our delicacy in Africa. It's called palm wine.
Some palm wine.
It's called palm wine. It's from a natural palm fruit tree.
I heard there are a lot of beautiful girls here in your country. Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
So 1 million people watching right now. So they say they love Cabo Verdean girls.
We love y'all too. They should come. They should come. They should come to visit our country.
Are you single? Are you single?
I am.
Wait, hold on. How much are you single?
Single.
What's your
my Instagram? Maria Estrella. Leave your lush. So our country is hot every single day.
So everybody's wearing bikini?
Yes, every day. So we live around the ocean. It's very like festive, music, everyone's in for a party, has a talk and everything. Yeah, it's really nice. All the items are very different from each other and it really makes it special.
Amigos, come to Cabo Verde. Pretty ladies. I heard there are a lot of beautiful people.
Oh! This is our delicacy in Africa. It's called palm wine. It's from a natural palm fruit tree. Ah, thank you, Mama. Thank you so much. I'm going to give one to the father of the land and to the mother of the land. As well to me. Hurry up. Check on the Doritos. Let me get into your sauce. woman, but if it's not, as a man, this is to all the women out there who still feel this way. While you're too busy populating the earth and being fruitful and multiplying and being what a black woman is supposed to be, getting close to unaliving on birthing tables and stuff, me and the other child-free women, we're going to be out in the world living our best lives, creating gardens, traveling, trying new.
Oh yeah. Jesus Christ. This is what you want, right? These are the ones you want. So you gotta get that bread. Yeah. So there is to it.
This house flipping calculator is my secret weapon.
Alright, check this out. I put this property under contract for touring business, making $19,000 a day. Doing one of the most simple, basic tasks, and it's something that people need in every town. The more I looked into it, I found a bunch of other businesses doing the same strategy, going after very niche, boring, simple businesses that everybody needs, and making some great money doing it. So in this video, I'm going to cover 8 boring businesses. I'm going to break them down, show you how they're getting customers, how much money they're making, and how you can do something like this yourself. And if you're interested in stuff like this, I do have a newsletter where every week I send out unique ways people are making money or unique niche businesses that I find. It's 100% free. You can sign up down below in the description. Without any further ado, let's get into these 8 boring businesses that are making people.
Summer's almost here, and some of you guys may be thinking, hey, it's too late for me to get in shape. I'm going to show you how you can get in shape. This is the fastest way to get ripped for summer, but warning, this will not work if you will, or this is going to be the most difficult fat loss protocol you've ever went through. And most of y'all ain't tough enough to do it. You're going to talk shit in the comments. Oh, this is too much for me. This is too much, blah, 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 blah. I can't do this for whatever reason. I'm a... If you see somebody in the comments talking that stupid shit, I want you to shame them mercilessly. I'm going to show you how you can get ripped within like 2 weeks, but it's going to be very difficult. I don't believe in sustainable fat loss. I think that's stupid. These fitness influencers and fitness guys say, man, you need to do.
With apartments.com capturing the hearts of hundreds of millions of renters, everybody wants the secret to our success, but they're never going to get it.
This is something that we do not talk on social media. Influencers don't talk about this. We're not really taught money lessons. We're not really taught, hey, do you budget? We're not really taught, do you invest? We're taught, hey, as long as you have a good 800 credit score, you can always get finance.
Number one, best-selling author, course creator, speaker, educator.
Best stretch you're not doing. Skin the Cat is super effective for upper body flexibility, a cool party trick which also makes your shoulders supple and strong. This may look or feel dangerous, but when scaled back, it can be safe for beginners too. Lower down within your flexibility limits. Always respect the sensations and move mindfully. Regression is to be respected for unconventional movements like this. Skin the Cat builds strength and flexibility at the same time. Your scapular mobility and surrounding muscles are transforming. Stretching under resistance is the best way to permanently change your flexibility. For adults and stiff people, Skin the Cat will be stressful enough to actually create change. The chest, shoulders, and biceps get a serious stretch and it feels amazing. Expect your body to move freely during push-ups and dips afterwards. Treat this stretch like strength training. Do several reps in a row. Sprinkle in some static holds for time at the end of each set. End range training is a potent way to expand our flexibility potential. Double tap if you love calisthenics. The best stretch you're not doing. Skin the Cat is super effective for upper body flexibility. A cool party trick which also makes your shoulders supple and strong.
Top 5 Dragon Ball's most disrespectful moments. Goku stands on top of Nappa. Goku was way stronger than Nappa by the time the two of them met. So even though Nappa had been terrorizing all of the Z fighters, Goku decided to humiliate him by standing on top of his bald head. Goku bites Frieza's tail. Even if the move has never failed to damage his opponent, biting Frieza's tail is unbelievable in such a climactic battle. Goku allowing Frieza to live. Once Goku saw that Frieza had no will to fight any longer, he just decided to let him live. Or more accurately, Goku lost interest in fighting a terrified opponent. Gohan humiliates Cell. Gohan achieving the Super Saiyan 2 transformation also unlocked the most sassy kid he had ever witnessed in the series.
I feel like you're very beautiful. I just, I like what I see, so I figured I'd speak.
Thank you. I'm kind of in a rush though, but it's nice to meet you.
Likewise, where you from?
I'm really not interested. I'm sorry. I don't want to waste your time or anything.
I no problem. Have a blessed one.
You too. I'm sorry. You have a good one though.
You good? It's probably another third of time. You're not interested, but you're coming back though.
Back to the car and all that. You gotta give me a ride, boo.
I don't have to do nothing.
You just with me 2 minutes ago. What's up?
Yeah, that's 2 minutes ago though.
So 2 minutes you changed that fast.
Why should I give you my time?
I mean, I'm cute. My outfit match your car.
You see your fit? Okay, it's all there.
That's the only answer. Can I get in the car now?
I mean, that's cool and all, but
Thank you.
what else you? I never said you was getting in the car though.
Can I get in?
Get in, come over here.
That hard. Get in the damn car.
What?
Like, what's up?
What you mean, what's up?
What you do for the rest of the day? Go shopping or something?
Why would I take you shopping though?
Why not? You started talking.
How you doing?
How can I help you?
Lot's wife didn't turn into a pillar of salt simply because she glanced back. In Genesis 19, the story reveals much more. 2 angels warned Lot's family, don't look back or stop as they fled the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. But the word used in the original Hebrew suggests something deeper. It implies returning. This means Lot's wife likely didn't just look back. She may have tried to go back. Now, why salt? Deuteronomy 29 verse 23 describes Sodom and Gomorrah as wastelands of salt and sulfur after fire rained from the sky. When Lot's wife attempted to return, she was likely caught in the catastrophic fallout, blanketed by salt and sulfur from the destruction. This transformation wasn't necessarily a divine punishment to instill fear.
From out here?
Not from over here, no.
Yeah. Like, but you from Houston, though?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, me too. Yeah. So you don't ever be in this area? A lot?
No, not really.
Yeah. Like, and you got a tongue piercing?
Yeah.
Did it hurt?
Well, this is like my third time getting it done.
For real? So they can close up too, just like earrings?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Faster, actually.
Oh, for real? So how fast?
Well, I think mine closed like after 1 day.
Oh, 1 day? I can open it up for you.
I see.
No, I'm talking about like with, like I know how to do piercings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know how to do that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We can tap into that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I live back here this way, but I was just gonna walk around and move around, not doing much.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got my number, so.
Yeah, no, for sure. You can walk with me if you want to. We can go to my house. I'm just by the shower. Down here.
Oh, okay.
It's an apartment. It's like high rise, yeah. Yeah, come on, let's go here. Go ahead. So, you know how to cook from out here?
Yeah.
Do you want to do the waistline circles, but it feels impossible for you? Start with these exercises. In and out pelvic tilts, put your hands in the back.
Today we're in Flagstaff, Arizona for the Overland X.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And now we've lowered MSRP.
Today we're in Flagstaff, Arizona for the Overland Expo West, and I'm going to be showing you the top 5 Toyotas. New this year, we're handing out trophies. Check it out. This is going to be for the first place winner. Cannot wait to show you who that is. We're going to start with number 5 and make our way all the way to number 1. Let's get started. All right, guys, we're here with John. We made it to the top 5, man. Congrats. Really stoked to know everything about this Land Cruiser. Let's start from the front and make our way to the back.
Okay.
What do you have for the bumper?
So this is the Ironman bumper, only one they make for this truck. So
where does Ironman come from? All right, guys, we're here with John. We made it to the top 5, man. Congrats. Really stoked to know everything about this Land Cruiser. Let's start from the front and make our way to the back.
Okay.
What do you have for the bumper?
So this is the Ironman bumper, only one they make for this truck. So
where does Ironman come from? Are they an
Australia?
Australian company?
Yeah. You're gonna notice a lot of Australian stuff on here.
Hell yeah.
So it's very Aussie spec.
Dude, it fits the build perfectly.
Yeah.
How long have you had this build for?
Maybe almost 2 years now.
It took you 2 years to build it to where it is now?
About a year, but we'll get into this because it failed me.
No. We don't want to hear that, guys. Yeah. The Toyota failing us. Let's pop the hood if we're talking about it.
All right.
So tell me, man, what happened?
Okay. Yeah, so my truck was overheating, and, I thought it was head gasket. Ended up being fully cracked head, like multiple places, and top of the piston had a glow plug stuck in it. But the truck ran. It ran fine. When you overheat, I just let it cool down, and I was like, oh, that's just,
an old vehicle.
I was like, yeah, it's 33 years old. Literally everything in this engine bay is brand new or rebuilt. Everything from the radiator back, all rebuilt or new.
Dude, and that's what caught our attention. We first saw it, we're like, all right, cool, a Land Cruiser, we've seen other ones out there.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until we saw the engine, and we started looking deeper and deeper, we're like, dude, all these components this is brand new.
There's a lot of details.
What was that turning point that made you
rebuild
to rebuild it? Did it blow up on you? Or?
Yeah, so it was either a full rebuild, a swap. So we were considering a Cummins swap, keep it diesel, but I didn't end up choosing that because the conversion kit was way back ordered. It came from Australia. It was a little too difficult. I ended up just rebuilding OEM Plus. Did ceramic coated pistons, forged rods, ARP head studs.
Dude, you went all out.
Yeah, brand new head from Toyota, OEM head gasket, PDI intercooler. That's what the fancy polished is, and then UFI 18G turbo. This is getting a fuel pump from Australia that'll be tuned for 250 horsepower.
What's the story behind this airbox here?
So this is made by my buddy Robert. His name's Clark Fab on Instagram. He is just ultra smart and knows how to build shit, and He makes these air boxes. He ended up engraving my logo into it.
That's your logo? I was like, dude, this adds such a nice touch to the engine.
Yeah.
Dude. I was like, I knew that had a story behind it.
Yeah, so it's custom made for me, and then he's gonna make me a billet oil cap too. So
That's gonna look nice, man. Guys, look how it just comes out. That air intake just comes up to. This must sound so nice when it's on.
Yeah, we can turn it on if you want. Ooh, I don't know if they're.
I'm not gonna say no to
I don't know
that.
if they're allowed
It's
to do
better
it.
to ask for forgiveness and permission. I've heard.
Yeah. This is a 4-inch snorkel, and the 4-inch goes all the way through to the turbo. Turbo is 4-inch inlet as well. So it's a lot of air. It sounds really good.
So we'll definitely be showing you guys how it sounds once we get done with the whole build.
Yeah.
Dude, what do you have for suspension?
Okay, yeah. So this is Ironman Foam Cell Pro.
Did it come originally with this?
No. So originally it was all stock. The truck was very OEM, just like.
And you kind of brought it up to where it is now.
Yeah, this is from Japan, so.
Yeah, I
that's
saw.
why,
It's not a left-hand drive.
No,
It's
right-hand drive.
how is that driving a right-hand drive car in
You
the
get
US?
used to it, but it's weird because you sometimes think you're all the way over, but you're actually in the center of those two lanes. So.
What do you have for wheels and tires?
We just went to 37s and a 17-inch Nomad Arvo wheel. This is a negative 25 offset.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so the clearance and back spacing all was kind of considered to try to clear everything without too much hacking, because I didn't want to like cut.
You said negative 25?
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing how on the Land Cruiser with a negative 25
I
you
know.
don't get that much poke. On a
It just
Tacoma
sits
you
there.
would get like,
Yeah.
you would be sticking way out.
Yeah.
What do you have for the sliders?
So these are white knuckle off-road sliders. These guys are awesome, family owned in California, like the nicest people, and they just build sliders.
That's sick.
It's
That's
sick.
sick.
And they make it for all kinds of trucks.
You have the Ironman awning. How is this the 360 that goes all around?
It's 270, so it just goes to the back. It's just like
That's more than enough.
yeah, and like it has like lights and stuff built in, so it's pretty cool.
Why do we have this installation going on here?
So this is definitely part of the Aussie aspect. This is made by a company called Max, M-A-K-S, Max Caravan.
And have you noticed that it helps?
It does. Yeah, so I sleep in the truck. I point this towards the sun, and I don't get woken up by blaring hot, sun.
You're like just needing that water. One thing that I love about John's build is he's someone that's using it non-stop, guys, and this is what's working for him. So
Yeah.
tell me what you got back here. I see you have a dual swing out.
Yeah, dual swing out from Kmart, Australia.
Is this something that's being sold in America, or is it something you have to import?
Kmart's like old school Australia, like Outback brand, and it's hard to get. It took like 3 months to get, so it's not like the easiest option. It looks good, like it fits the vibe, right? But there's a lot of cool options out there, but I wanted I don't know, Aussie look, I don't know how else to explain it, but they have like the taillights and stuff built in and reverse
Does it have a
lights.
table?
No table. This is for like my Julica, that like hot water like heater, and then obviously dual jerry can, and then this does technically fit a 37, but it hits my taillight, so we got to figure something out. Because if I were to open that, it would just go through my taillight. And then like on the back, I just run propane mount, aluminum propane tank, and then
That is so cool. I haven't seen this. It's mounted onto the tire.
You know where I got this?
Where?
Etsy.
No.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, no joke.
That is so rad.
Came with the strap and this like molly plate, and then this propane mount just mounts to the molly plate.
Now, what are you using for propane mostly? Is it for
fire pits?
Fire pits?
Well, the reason why I went to a 10-pound is because of the fire pit, but normally we were at like that 5-pound, like the small one. And
This is, I think, the perfect size, man.
Yeah,
It's not too
and
big
this is
and not too
aluminum.
Yeah.
So it's super light. This is the same weight as a full 5-pound. Those little details.
They add up, man.
Yeah.
Us Overlanders, we gotta make sure not to overpack.
Yeah.
Would you be able to show us your sleeping
Yeah.
setup?
Well, and then Starlink Mini.
Oh man, everybody's starting to have these starting setups, and I'm gonna jump on that bandwagon.
Yeah.
Like, I need internet in the middle of absolutely nowhere. This, guys, this is a sleeper. He was hiding this setup right here. I did not know what to expect, and man, you open this is freaking beautiful. What do you have here?
Okay, so yeah, this is a drawer system by Built4. They are a brand new company from San Diego area.
Yeah.
This is the prototype, so
Dude, this fitment is amazing.
it's a lot better now than this one. So
Is this a fridge?
this is a fridge. Yeah.
No.
And I think this is about 25 liter which I learned to be more than enough for one person at least.
So it's just you going out?
Most of the time.
Yeah, this is more than
And a
enough,
dog
man.
or something, but yeah.
And then what about that one?
And then this is just a giant ass drawer.
Dude, I love how that went down. And
Yeah,
out. That's
carbon
such
fiber
a
too.
nice touch. I love how us dudes love and geek out about those little things. Dude, that's carbon fiber. Dude, I love this setup you have back here. Oh, I know what I'm seeing back there. I can't call it out, but if you guys can see it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got a couple of those. Delfab makes this attic. It's just stainless steel attic. It's pretty cool.
Dude, I like that. We just got a 4Runner. I'm wanting to rock that setup. Dude.
Yeah.
I feel like it's so...
I mean, I put all my jackets and, like, I have a heating, like, sleeping pad that I sleep on, and, like, I just stuff all the random shit up there.
And then you sleep here. I see you have your mattress.
This is a Hest Foamy. I don't know what they put in these, but they're so freaking comfortable.
Oh,
It's not even that thick, and it's still, like, I'm a side sleeper, and it's still comfortable. And then
We have our boy Imana. He's a pro skater.
Okay.
He's also rocking these, and he takes the little pads, and we just sit anywhere. Like, they're so comfortable.
Yeah, they have, like, those new seat ones now.
Yeah.
They're sick.
Can you tell me what this setup is?
So this is a Red Arc system. So behind this fridge is a compartment underneath that is like their tech compartment. So you put all your battery, and you could build out all your electronics in there.
It's a power system.
Yeah, it's just a power system.
You
So
control everything. You can see how the battery's running.
yeah, and like turn everything on and off.
Dude, I need to get that on mine, man.
You can use an app too. Like Red Arc has a Bluetooth app,
That's
and then it
sick.
has like a inverter and like plugs and stuff.
Look how convenient that is, guys. So, John, thank you so much for walking us through your rig, man. Yeah. I know this is basically your home, right? When you're going out there, you're camping, you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I've had some wild trucks in my time, and like this is so simple. There's something about it. I just enjoy the simplicity.
That's awesome, man. And you can see it, and it's working for
you. As you build trucks, you learn what you do and don't like, and that's why there's so many details. Because I'm just like constantly refining and refining and refining.
To follow up with what you just said, if you could give advice to someone that's just starting out, what would it be?
Just go out and camp. Don't worry about this stuff. Learn what you like and don't like, because I've spent a lot of money
on things that you didn't
figuring
need.
that out. Yeah, and you don't have to do it that way. Like, and also videos like this are really handy, because then you're seeing what works for people. As much information you can intake without having too much money out is always the best.
Hell yeah, dude. So. All right, guys, we promised you. Now it's time to turn her on.
You ready?
Let's see. Dude, I was not expecting that. Thank you, John, for sharing that with us. Before I let you go, I do have a surprise for you. So you made it to the top 5.
Yeah.
And this right here, sir,
Royal,
is for you.
Oh, hell yeah. That's sick. We didn't even see, you didn't even look inside, but I have an aftermarket steering wheel.
Yeah?
So.
Dude, well, feel free to put it on if you want. If not, you know, you can have it in the office.
That's right.
I think it's going to fit great with your rig, man.
Yeah, that's sick.
Congrats, dude.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
All right, guys, we're here with Brandon. How's it going, Brandon?
Great, how are you?
Dude, congratulations. You made it to the top 5.
Awesome.
Cannot wait to hear everything about your 4Runner. Let's start from the front and make our way to the back.
Certainly.
What are you rocking for your front bumper?
We have our CBI Expedition Series front bumper. We have the Warren 10S Platinum winch, Factor 55, winch lead, and the fairrod.
What capacity is this Warren?
This is actually a 10,000 pound winch.
10,000 pound
Yes.
winch? What are you rocking for lights? I see you have a lot of them.
We do. We have all Baja designs. We have the 5 LP6s obviously up front. We're running the Squadron Pros for dish light. Running the Squadron Pros for dish lights, and we're running a S8 30-inch in the grill.
How long have you guys had this 4Runner for?
I actually bought it brand new in 2017.
And a little bit here, a little bit there, and finally we were able to get it to this point as you see it right now.
How many variations has it had?
We actually started off with just doing the suspension first, and then added the wheels and tires, and then we kind of wanted to get into overlanding. So, you know, obviously as you added the weight, you obviously had to increase the spring rates, and so we had 5 different variations of spring rates on here.
You learn as you go along.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, we've taken this thing to all different destinations, all over California, as far east as Colorado, as far north as Washington.
And it's you and your wife along this journey.
Yes.
That is so cool, guys. I love being able to see, you know, someone share this with your wife.
It's fantastic.
Brandon, tell me, what do you have for your headlights?
We have Morimoto. We have their brand new XP Evos. They've been amazing light. I love them. They're so amazing. And I've had 5 different headlights in there, and the Morimotos, they're awesome.
Well, dude,
yeah, they're great.
Let's talk suspension.
Yes.
And I know you're here at Power Brakes.
Yes.
How are you liking their setup?
They're the best. They're absolutely the best. We added so much weight on here that it came to a point where we actually went through a stoplight. It became a safety concern.
Well, you start to go up in tire size, you know, you get all this weight, now you got to figure out how to stop them.
Absolutely. So we reached out to DeLon at Power Brake, and he said, got the ultimate solution for you. So we're running the X-Line kit in the front and the D-Line kit in the rear.
These are the 6-piston ones?
Yes, sir.
Dude, I love them.
Yeah, they're so amazing. We've never, ever had an issue with stopping since we've had them.
That's right, dude. You're able to track the temperature. You can see where, you know, there was a failure, at what temperature it failed at, and just being able to know exactly what temperature you're riding at. You know, these guys raising the Dakar, they know what's up. What do you have for suspension?
We have the Icon Stage 7 billet set up.
Wow, Stage 7. Huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're running upgraded springs in the front, so it's 700-pound coils. All the shocks have been revalved for the weight. In the rear, we are running the Dobinson's 849V rear springs to compensate for the weight.
How did you start? Did you start with Stage 7 right away, or did you work your way up?
I actually started out with a Stage 7.
Wow.
Yes, it's actually my third Toyota off-road rig, and I've always run Icons on them.
And, right, man. Yeah. Let's talk about your sliders. What do you got?
So we're running the bed-built sliders on here. This vehicle actually has KDSS, so they actually complement the KDSS system really well.
Sweet. I see you have a shower cube right here.
Yes. Yeah.
How do you like it? Is this mostly
great.
for you?
It's actually for both. Yeah. Yeah. We both actually kind of use it for changing. We also use it for showers and also for...
It's great for that privacy, right?
Absolutely.
Dude, I love it. My wife actually got one too right now.
Super cool.
So I see you have an alley cab up there. How are you liking that?
It's great. We have the Gen 3R.
How many people does it fit?
It fits 2 on a furry friend.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's been great. We actually also have our Sunflare Explorer solar panels on the roof as well.
And what is that powering?
We actually power everything in the rig. We have 2 e-bikes that we take with us camping, so we wanted the ability to recharge the e-bikes while we're out, and also for cooking and everything else.
Sick, dude.
And we actually have the power system for it behind the rear seat.
Are we able to see that?
Absolutely. Cool. So pull the rear seat real quick, and it has a full Victron setup in the rear.
Oh, dude. This is goals right here. So this is where I need my third gen to get to. Right now, over the years, we built them with different shops. We've gone all over the place, and it's just a bunch of chicken wiring. This is inspiration and goals right here, dude. That is so cool. You got the solar panels wiring everything there.
Yes. And complete power system setup. The man behind this is sponsored by wifey, Al.
Oh, cool.
He does all our electrical setup on both rigs, and he's the guy.
It's so important to find the guy, you know, to do that stuff.
Absolutely.
Brandon, my man, what do you have on wheels and tires? What size?
Okay, so we have the raised Volk Racing T37 XT wheels in mag blue, and they are 17 by 8.5 with -10 offset.
-10 offset. It looks so nice.
Yes, it's amazing. And we're actually running those with the Toyo. Toyo actually just came out with these tires. They're the brand new RT Pros.
And these are 35s?
Yes, sir. 35, 12, 50, 17s.
Cool, man. All right, Brandon, what do you have for your high clearance rear?
So this is actually our CBI Expedition Series rear bumper. It actually has 2 swing outs.
Dude, I love seeing CBIs, because this is one of the original ones, right?
It is.
Dude, seeing it out in the wild like this is so cool. I also have the dual swing outs. Like,
yes.
I can relate with how convenient it is,
Absolutely.
right? You now have like the table right here. Damn.
Absolutely.
Walk me through this. What do you got here?
This is a Goose Gear complete camp chef setup. And we have, for refrigerator, we have National Luna's 60-liter.
60
Legacy.
liter?
Yes, sir.
Wow, man. You guys can go out there for a while.
Absolutely.
I know a lot of guys like beer, but I'm a sucker for ice cream.
Us
You
too.
know, and being able to have ice cream in the middle of the desert, that's where I'm at. I see you have the power tank.
Oh, yes, sir.
You know, you got it back there, you got a hose.
It was really important to us to have our onboard air setup on the truck. You know, when we're out, we always like to, you know, air down, and when we're done, we want to make sure that we were able to air the tires back up.
How many gallons is that one?
That's a 15-gallon.
15 gallons.
Yes, sir.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
How many times do you have to refill it?
It's good for 35-inch tires. It can fill up around 40, 35-inch tires.
40,
Yes.
35-inch tires.
Yes.
That's really convenient.
Yeah.
One of the things that always turned me off about that is like, man, I gotta go back and refill it.
Correct.
At 40, that's really good. Dude, Brandon,
Absolutely.
thank you so much for showing us around, man.
Absolutely.
I have a little gift for you. Before you give me your hand, Camilo, thank you, sir.
Oh,
We have
wow.
a present for you. So you made it to the top 5.
Oh, wow.
You are number 4, sir.
Oh, wow.
I want to show you. Now, this is something you can either use in your vehicle or just hang it up in the office.
Okay.
You know, at home.
Oh, wow.
Congrats, my man.
This is so cool. Thank you so much.
Here you go. All right, guys, we're here with Jason. We go a long way back, man. You're one of the OG guys. His original name is Taco Dust. You now build a bunch of vehicles. I'm so happy to see you come back to the Tacoma.
Dude, it's good to be back, man. Starting full circle, my first Tacoma ever was a second gen, and it was a 2014 two-wheel drive long bed. For my purposes, it was the worst spec ever. It was two-wheel drive, it was long bed, but it was a double cab, and it was my dream truck in high school.
You tell me that gave me goosebumps. I literally had a silver double cab, two-wheel drive, second gen.
Yep.
Mine was an 08.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's so cool, man. What year?
Actually, this is a 06.
06, all right.
Facelift.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Hey, this is he. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing alright. This is Matt with Adventures. I'm actually reaching out to you because it does look like we have a meeting with you right now over Zoom. First question I had here is, do you still happen to have an hour to meet by chance?
I do. We can do that right now.
Perfect. So essentially what, just to give you a heads up of the whole process, is I will have a series of questions that we will go over. Essentially we go over those, I'll be quick with it, and then I will get you in with the member over Zoom. Essentially what we will do is we will email the Zoom link once I get off the phone here. You'll need 2 pieces of ID for the meeting itself. One would be just your driver's license. The other one would be just essentially anything that would have your first and last name on it. Voter's registration card, health card, bank cards like debit or credit card, pretty much anything to just verify that you were you. But yeah, if you have a few moments, I'll get this all knocked out for you.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, perfect. So my first question here is, how old are you?
42.
42, that's a perfect age for the club. And then are you a U.S. or Canadian citizen?
U.S.
And then what is your marital status?
Single.
Single, never married?
Divorced.
Divorced, okay. And then are you going to be in the Washington, D.C. area for at least the next 12 months?
I live in PA, but I come down there. I got family and stuff down there.
Oh, okay. What city do you live in well, you just said you live in. And then, have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Huh?
Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
No.
No, okay. And you, speaking, never mind. I already know that because we're talking. And,
if you call this English, I drive a tractor trailer.
Perfect. And then I would assume that that's local, right? Not long haul.
No, I drive over the road. I'm self-employed.
Over the road. Okay. What other cities do you go to by chance?
What I don't go to. I go to all over 48.
Oh, okay, perfect. So that's actually even better. Not to derail real quick, but another perk with us is that if you are a member with us at one club and you end up in any of the other 15 cities that we host the club in, you can also go to those events as well. So you're not just limited to the zone that you're in.
Oh, that's what's up, because I be everywhere and I don't ever have nothing to do. I'm out here just walking around, going to the only club I belong to is Planet Fitness at the moment because they're everywhere.
Yeah. So we essentially, so like say that you'll be a week in Atlanta, Georgia. With you being a member with us on the DC side, you go and look at the event calendar for Atlanta, Georgia, and be able to be like, oh, hey, I'm going to be in Atlanta on this week. Tuesday, they got some Expo and stuff going on. You can sign up for that event and be able to attend that as well.
So that's what's up. I like that.
And then, what do you, you currently make, I don't need any specifics, just your yes or no, do you currently make over 50K a year?
Yes.
Perfect. And then let me ask you, what do you know about us?
Only that you guys host events and it's a nice place for single people to meet up.
Yeah, so essentially that's pretty much us. You as the member, your duty to do is to just show up and have fun and meet our other members. Us is that essentially we just host the events. Our events can range from anywhere between, you name it, we do it. We do like axe throwing, skydiving, hot air balloon rides. We also travel overseas as a group. We do hiking, literally you name it. What kind of activities do you like?
So I do skydiving. I also do indoor skydiving. A lot of go-karting and motorcycling. A lot of gym, hiking.
Okay, it sounds like you would really enjoy the right range of events that we actually host.
Yeah, I like going to
skydiving and the go-karting.
I like getting dressed too and going to nice dinners and outings and whatnot. I like looking good, you know, when it's a good time to wear the suits and get dressed up. I like that too.
Okay, yeah, that's perfect. And then ultimately we have members join us for like one or three reasons. One would be either A, to find new friends, to find a significant other, or really, this is my personal reason myself, is to go out to do events that you normally wouldn't do in a solo scenario, but you would do in a group setting. What would you like to kind of achieve through us?
Well, I don't know. I have to come and see what it's like first.
Perfect. So that was the last question I had here with you. So give me about 2 to 3 minutes here. I'm going to get you set up with one of our members. I don't know exactly who it is quite yet, but I will let you know when they have emailed you the link through the text message. Like I said, all you'll have to do is just go in there and click on the link.
It just came across.
Already downloaded by chance?
It's a real world experience.
Okay, you don't need an account, you just need the app downloaded. So when you get the email, you should be able to just click on the link, and then it should automatically open up Zoom for you and then connect you to our member.
Okay, sounds good.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for answering my call, Jeremiah. Like I said, give me 2 minutes, I'll get this all set up for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
No matter where you live across the country, you can earn an affordable degree online at Southern New Hampshire University.
I'm the first in my family to go to college.
I have
With bugs, the struggle is real. That's why you need Zevo traps. Zevo attracts and traps bugs 24/7 using a blue and UV light with no odor and no mess for effortless protection. Zevo, people friendly, bug deadly.
Were you hurt in a car accident and it wasn't your fault? Contact the Ketone Law Office, and all you have to do is tell them your story. It's fast, it's easy, it's all totally free. No obligation to sign up whatsoever. Contact the Ketone Law Office now.
Restore your engine to perform like new with all new Valvoline Restore and Protect. Another first from the original.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Let's start from the front and make our way all the way to the back. What are you rocking for that front bumper?
So Relentless Fabrication, they're out of Reno. They're such a rad crew. I've had a couple of their bumpers. I think they make one of the cleanest bumpers for second, third gen, and GX. I had this same bumper on the GX, and I just wanted to come back to it. So
I agree, man. Especially their new rear. I can't wait to show you guys.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to that.
So yeah, obviously you can see Baja Designs lights. I run Baja Designs on all my rigs. They're just my favorite aesthetics.
You got the VR Evo. Is this the 10,000 pound?
Yep, 10,000S, Factor 55 fair lead, and Ultra Hook, RCI skids all the way through.
How are you liking these headlights?
Dude, honestly, a big problem for me when I bought the truck was it was an 06, so it was the 1.0 second gen. And I think the second gen facelift, you know, the 12 to 15, is one of the best facelifts that Toyota has ever done.
I agree.
And so when I bought this truck, I was like, I'm gonna go full in and do the facelift. It's not that hard to do, but you just have to know, like, you have to pull everything that supports this front grille. But I think it turned out great. And then I really wanted a modern headlight, and I thought these Alpha Rex headlights,
They did such a good job at like keeping it somewhat
so
OEM.
good. Yeah.
You still get that vibe where you know it's aftermarket.
It brings me back to that third gen. Like, that was such the striking difference of when the third gens come out. That was just like the headlight was just so futuristic and cool. So I wanted to kind of bring back some of that like excitement into this truck, because that's where I cut my teeth. Building my Tacoma is where I started. So
dude, and I can see that passion with this build when you initially started. But when I saw it on the stories and I saw it come up, and I was like, Taco Dust is back, and I saw the passion that went into it. How long did it take you to get it to where it is now?
So from bone stock, the way I bought it, 19 days.
19 days by yourself?
By myself, after work. You know, like I said, we have a small business. We manufacture in-house, so, and then I just had a baby 8 weeks ago.
Oh, congrats, man.
Thank you. So I would say realistic, I was able to put a full week of 8-hour days into this truck, but over a span of 19 days.
Let's move on to the side here. What are you rocking for tires and wheels? And I want to dive into the suspension.
Okay, yeah. So wheels and tires on pretty much all my trucks. I run a similar wheel, KMC Mesa Forged beadlock. I don't think everybody needs beadlocks, but when you fall in love with a wheel and you find what you love, you just got to do it. So this is kind of my recipe.
KMC's killing it.
Dude, KMC's killing it, man. This is awesome. Most beautiful wheel. I think it's timeless. Tire, Nitto Trail Grappler. These are 37 1250, so big, burly, capable tire. I have these on another truck in 35s, and I've always wanted to run the 37s. They look so good. So that's where we landed.
Dude, now you got 37s. People are going to start saying, oh, you know, the engine's going to have a hard time spinning them. Let's talk portals, man.
All right, so cat's out of the bag. Mateo said it. I got 74 weld portals, which gives you a lot. I mean, portals are a very polarizing thing. Either you love it, you hate it. That's all good.
It's also not for everybody.
It doesn't have to be, and that's the cool thing is like, I've never run them. I've run long travel kits, mid travel kits, solid axle, TTB, like so many different things, and I knew that I was always going to build a portal. When I saw that they were becoming available, the reliability was there. I saw that you built a portal truck. I saw a bunch of other people doing it. I was like, I'm doing portals on this truck. So the benefits are 22% gear reduction. This thing is pretty much stock. It thinks this is a 31 BFG on a stock wheel.
Suspension components all positioned exactly where they need to be.
Exactly the same, except for everything's flat. It's dead flat.
See
it's
the
happy.
axles perfect.
Exactly. So you're reducing all that leverage. You're getting the gear reduction. You're getting an insane amount of ground clearance, and you're getting track width. This thing is 3.5 inches wider. Best of all, the steering geometry is all the same.
The cherry on top is look how good this thing looks.
I mean, it's
you got all those benefits, and then look how good it is.
Yeah, able to actually stuff a 37 and be happy with it.
Guys, Jason is someone that's very transparent. He gives it to you the way that it is, and I was looking forward to see what your thoughts were on the portals, man.
So far, this thing's been driven out here. I built it, like I said, quickly. Drove it. I changed the oil after the break-in. It's got 500 miles on it. This thing drives down the road straight as an arrow. It's turning the 37s, no problem. And so far, I've taken it out. You know, I went out locally and just went full bash mode. And I was just like, damn, drifting the roads, and it was just stable, the track width. At first, I was honestly a little concerned that it was going to feel too high because it's lifting your axle, not your suspension.
Yeah.
So my suspension is only at a 1-inch lift right now.
Yeah.
So it looks high, but it's all in the portal. So far, I really cannot wait to get this thing in the rocks and really see what this thing is about.
Blast, man.
Yeah.
It's just gonna hit those rocks.
Yeah, I'm stoked.
Let's move on. What do you have for sliders?
So rock sliders, like I said, underbelly and armor here is going to be all done by RCI. So RCI makes some really clean stuff. They had everything I needed. So engine skid, transmission skid, transfer case, diff skid, and then I just figured, you know what, we might as well go all the way.
You're ready.
RCI, I'm ready to go.
Hey, what do you have back here for suspension? I see you have the Archive Garage relocation.
Correct, yeah. So Archive Garage, full suite, everything they offer for this truck. Shock relocation. This is actually a really new kind of prototype leaf pack. It's more of a pre-runner pack. So low lift, very flexy. I didn't need an Overland pack. U-bolt flip kit, U-bolts, hammer hangers, and their shackles. So everything, as well as their new extended brake line. So everything that Archive Garage offers, I ran those on my long travel Tacoma, the 3rd gen. So I decided, let's pay tribute to that. Let's work with what we know, but going into the rear here, something I've never tried, all the suspension, Peak suspension. So Peak suspension is something that's kind of new to the Toyota market.
They're killing it.
They're killing it. And on paper, they're 2.5s. They have high speed, low speed compression. But I said, look, there's one thing here.
You really
really want to run the Archive Garage shock relocation because every Tacoma needs a longer shock, droop, bump, travel. You need that. And
So you were a big part of this project right here.
This right here is the only shock in existence that works with this kit. But the good news is, now it's available. It's done. The valving is done, and they built this shock. I literally was blown away. I'm not just saying this. I literally put the shock in, put the hardware in. No prying with screwdrivers on the lower shock now. It just felt like a glove. And I was like, within 2 weeks, they had me a custom shock that they had never built. But that just shows that they're legit. They can build a custom shock. 2.5, 14-inch smoothie. This thing is bumping perfectly. It's I mean, I don't want to give up too much because I don't have a crazy amount of miles off-road on these things, but the miles that I do have, I'm very amped on the results straight out of the box.
That's cool, man. Let's talk about this rear bumper here.
Yeah, so another kind of slightly one-off. So this is a Relentless bumper as well. This is their Black Diamond series bumper, and they've been making these bumpers for a while now. In my opinion, one of the cleanest second-gen bumpers, the highest clearance. If you guys get some shots of this thing from behind, the ground clearance is insane on these things. Like, you cut so much out of the bed. It's even with the headlight, your cut line. But, I mean, you just get an insane amount of ground clearance. The hitch is super tucked. On the back, they have this cool little bracket. So right now, you can't see my license plate. So when I'm going wheeling, I flip that up. Boom.
Oh!
Flip it down. They put
you gotta run away from the cops, you put it back.
Yeah, hey, there's a toll road coming. We're out. So they've integrated lighting into the back. So I got some Baja Designs S2s in there. They include like a license plate light. So it's a very clever setup. And like I said, I mean, if you just look at the clearance, I mean, it's just insane.
It came together really nice, man. The rear end is super nice. I love what you did also with the new Alpha X taillights.
Yeah.
How are you liking those?
The prismatic lights are really cool. I kind of struggled with that because, in my opinion, all the light options for third-gen Tacomas are just chef's kiss. Yeah. Second gens are not as well supported just because, honestly, like, this truck is 19 years old
with
now.
time, things started getting better.
Right, and so what I really liked about Alpha Rex is they were able to continue to develop products because they didn't want to abandon it. They didn't forget. So this is their newest taillight for the truck. It's the Prismatic series. So I think the only thing, if I could like have a wish, and I've already asked Alpha Rex if they would potentially do it, is I wish they offered a cherry lens version. So it looks stock, but then when you turn signal, it's new LED. It's like the startup sequence is like matches the front. So I don't really hate the black smoke look because this is like a double smoke, so it looks really black in the daytime. But when you turn these lights on, man, they look awesome. They look modern. So they kind of nailed it.
It looks very modern. It
Yeah,
brings
I
the
like
truck back to life.
Yeah,
a truck
for sure.
that's been a legend. You know, so
legendary truck. Legendary truck.
Jason, before we end it, let's talk about, man. He's a hustler, and this is his product right here. Let's show us what you got.
Yeah, so on this truck, I didn't really need a swing out or anything. That's our main thing, but we also do bike racks.
This is new, right?
Yeah, so this is a couple of years now, but this is our Ramble rack. So our bike racks are designed for off-road use. As this market grew, more and more people were starting to ride. But like over the years, coming from the bike industry and bringing bikes on trips, we always found that we were just not really happy with it, and we wouldn't run any bike rack. We would just take the wheel off, put it inside, and then that would take up room. So when we designed the Ramble rack, we wanted it to be something that was capable of wheeling, go fast, would not damage your bike.
I love the name.
Highest load capacity, and most importantly to us, made in the USA. So we wanted something that was not necessarily be the cheapest, wouldn't be the most crazy, like sexy with integrated lights. It's like, no, this bike rack right here is built to ramble.
That's awesome.
That's what we like to do. So I threw the Ramble rack in there, and as you can see, in combination with this Relentless bumper, it is insane.
Jason, before I let you go, man, I have a present for you. You made it to the top 5. You were top 3.
What?
And I have a present for you.
What?
Mr. Camilo,
That's
thank
insane.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Let me show you. Here you go.
Brother!
Third place right there.
Dude, third place. Third place with a second gen.
And you did it in by yourself.
19 days.
19 days, baby.
Dude, this is sick, man.
Hell yeah, congrats.
Dude, thank you so much. I
Thank
appreciate
you,
the
man.
support, man.
Hell yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Hello. What's up, my guy?
What are you doing?
Watching TV. What you doing?
When you coming to pick me up for supper?
I'll let you know when I get back. It's gonna be a couple days, buddy.
Dad.
What's up?
Brandon Strong.
All day long, baby. All day long.
Focus goes.
Where energy flows. What's up? What else? What else? What else, bud?
Energy flow.
You said that one already. What else?
Fastest.
Smooth.
Smoothest.
Fast. What else? There's 2 more. We already said that. Do this fast. What else? Come on, we say it every day. You know it.
Fast is smooth.
And smooth is fast. We just did that. What else?
Brave and strong.
All day long. We did brave and strong. We did focus goes where energy flows. We did brave and strong all day long. Focus goes where energy flows. Fast is smooth is fast. There's 2 more.
What? There's 2 more? And what I think about.
That's right. And what's the other one?
What I think about.
I become.
What I think about.
There we go. There we go. You got it.
Hi, Dad. Love you.
You okay?
No.
What's wrong?
I want to go back to school.
You're bored as hell, ain't you?
No.
Don't worry. You're going to go back to school soon enough. You're going to come with me.
Okay.
Don't worry. Me and you are going to have a good time this summer. We got a lot to learn. We got a lot of working out to do. Well, you're going to be strong when you come back home.
Alright, bye now.
You okay? What's wrong? You okay? Hello?
What up, though?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing it. How you doing?
I'm doing. Looking at loafers.
Got loafers?
Yep.
You don't have your feet sweating?
Nah, nigga, loafers is the exact opposite, baby. The sneakers have your feet sweating. The loafers keep you nice and cool and comfy.
Alright, just flashing. Where you at?
I'm in Illinois.
Oh, shit. I'm gonna go see CJ.
Man, he's actually kind of close to me, too, but I ain't gonna go see him.
Alright, let's flash you this. See what's up with yours on. I see it.
Yao Ming. I'm just chilling, man. I'm relaxing. I'm just about to go for my walk in a little bit. I just had me some Taco John, so I'm trying to let this sit for a little before I start walking.
Who the hell is Taco John?
Taco John is a taco spot, baby.
Taco John?
Taco John go hard in the paint, boy. I just went in on some Taco Johns.
Taco John.
Ooh, baby. Damn, my shoe game is about to be crazy, yo. I'm not joking this year, yo. I'm switching it all up, yo. Fuck sneakers. I'm coming out with loafers, shoes, driving shoes, dress shoes. And if I do have a pair of kicks on, we gotta be doing something. Or I'm just in the garage working. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man, it's time to start dressing my age. Fuck that. I'm tired of looking like everybody else. T-shirt and jeans every single day for my whole life. Except for in church, because I ain't gonna front. When we was in church, baby, shit was fly. We showed up to show out. Get the bullshit. I'm trying to be on that shit on a daily basis. Yeah. Alright, man, do your thing. Alright. Later.
has been forwarded to voicemail.
What's going on? You okay, buddy? What's up? You have me worried. What's going on? You okay?
We can't hear you.
What happened? Is he all right? Can you hear me? All right, what's going on, buddy? You sounded sad. You okay? Turn off the filter. What's up, bud? Are you okay, man? What's going on? Hello? There you go. What happened? Yeah, what happened? Take your hand off of the microphone. I can't hear you. So what happened? All your friends are going now. There we go. That's better.
He came home. I can't hear you, but I'm doing it this way so you can hear me. He came home crying because it's the last day of school, and he won't see his friends till next year. So he's really crying it out, his emotions, and it hurts him.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. He's sad. Hey, buddy.
That's no garbage. We all cry.
Hey, don't worry. That's just how school is, man. Every single year you get close to your friends, and then if you don't see them during the summer, you know, it's a little rough, but you make new friends every single year, and then eventually you make friends that'll be with you forever. And you're always going to make new friends. I know right now it feels kind of crazy because your whole world is getting turned upside down. And yeah, nobody likes change, buddy. Everybody likes things to stay the same. I get it. It's alright. You're gonna be okay. Cause you about to come with daddy.
You said you were with them.
What happened?
I don't know. Well, okay. Daddy doesn't want to see me. Wants to see you.
That's right.
Nice. Stop.
You don't want you don't want to talk to me, bud?
Let him know that. Let him know that you don't.
Yeah, just tell me you don't want to talk to me.
happy place until you come back to bad odors. Use Febreze plug-in. It has a microchip that alternates between 2 scents to fight odors and provide freshness for up to 50 days. Try Febreze Plug. Introducing Opill, the first FDA-approved daily birth control pill without a prescription. No prescription, no appointment, no hassle.
Penn Station, your ears may hear. And your craving hears.
Penn Station's cheesesteak, fresh grilled to order and served melty hot, straight from the oven, along with a big order of fresh cut fries. Oh yeah.
Penn Station.
Love your sub.
Get in on our epic savings event at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Everybody listen up. Tickets are now on sale for Disney and Pixar's Elio. It's really happening. He says yes. Make sure you see this film on the biggest screen possible. So grab a friend, grab some work, let me talk you up. Thank you. And you're ready to blast off on an adventure across the galaxy. This is awesome! Get your tickets now and be the first to see Elio.
Here with Dimitri, really excited to be here in Stellar Build. Dude,
Absolutely.
You build an insane shop, man, and you build insane rigs.
Absolutely. Thanks, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
This is your third gen, correct?
Yes, this is our shop, third gen Tacoma, 2017. This is like its fourth variation of the build. So
it's been on tracks, right?
Been on tracks. It's been in 33s, 35s, 37s, and now we're in 40s. So
on 40s.
Yes, it's 40-inch tires. Yeah.
That's awesome. And we'll get to how he's able to rock 40s. Clear them and
yeah, I'll tell you all
not be so hard on the engine. Let's start from the front and make our way to the back.
Yeah.
What are you rocking for lights?
The whole kind of aesthetic for this build was to mimic an Australian style build. So we call this thing the Aussie Taco. This whole aesthetic is based on that. So the front end, light force lights, classic Australian company, big lights, old school.
They look retro.
Yeah, so it's got the retro look, so that's to kind of tie everything else. So get a couple of ridges on the sides. The bumpers from Descent. This is a bumper that they used to make. They still make it to get enough traction, but they had this bumper for a while. Nice, clean, modular bumper, very light.
I'm becoming a huge fan of Descent, by the way.
Oh, absolutely.
They're absolutely killing it with this.
Well, it's built nice. If you pay attention to detail, like all the welding, the fabrication, like everything just fits really nice. So we have a come up a 12,500 pound winch.
What do you got for skid plates?
So skid plates, it's kind of like a hybrid of a couple different things. So coming from here to the center is our very own skid plate. It's just a little skid plate to fill the gap. Moving on down, it's a skid from JD Fab. So this thing has a JD Fab pivot kit. That kit comes with its own skid plate. And further down, we have transmission and transfer case skid plates from C4. So
that's what
kind
I
of like
call
a hybrid.
I call a Frankenstein.
Frankenstein, but it works because, you know, every single of these components is made for a sole purpose. So like particularly the pivot kit, you can't really put any other aftermarket skid plate with that kit. So you kind of have to use theirs. But we need the protection, so we kind of have this hybrid. So,
dude, let's dive into your suspension right here.
Yeah, for sure.
First, let's start with your CV axle. What are you rocking?
Okay, so it's an RCV, but this isn't an RCV that you can just buy. It's using 930 joints. This is actually came off of a race truck. It's unique because it's really big. If you compare it to a standard RCV, you're not gonna find this. As a matter of fact, not even gonna find this on the website. Like stock length, but like ultimate strength.
How complicated was it to make it work?
So they're bolt in. So they're not any different than any other.
Direct bolt in.
Yeah. So it's designed for like a stock length application.
Oh, nice.
So,
sweet, dude. You got Dirt King. Is this standard length?
Everything is stock length. So Dirt King lowers, Dirt King uppers, and we have Dobinson's coilovers in the front. So as far as steering, using Apex tie rod, as you guys already know, I mean that's a common we have Tacomas as a steering. And as far as the steering rack itself, we're playing around with the new 74 World billet steering rack. It's in its prototype stage now, but so far the feedback is great. It's a lot stronger than stock. We went through Moab, no problem. So there's a couple of quirks we got to figure out, but otherwise everything's good. So hopefully this thing will be out in the market this year.
I am so stoked for this, guys, because you know you're upgrading to bigger tires. You know, certain components start to need a little bit more beef.
For sure.
Right?
Yeah,
that's definitely one of them.
Yeah, no, well, this truck had, this rack had 70,000 miles on it. It's, hard use. It had tracks at one point, so like, this rack is definitely helping it out.
How are you liking the portals?
I always tell people it's the ultimate cheat code. It's like almost unfair. Like you put portals on, and like a lot of the problems that you had before instantly go away. It's clearance, and we do a lot of snow wheeling in California. You're not dragging axles. You're barely actually clipping your belly because you're hovering above. The portals gives you all the clearance. So that's nice.
Dude, I love it. He could have not said it better. It's
Yeah.
literally a cheat code.
Yeah.
You said you were rocking 40s, right?
So these are 40s, yeah, middle mud grappler, very popular on the East Coast. They're pretty aggressive, as you can see. It's got this kind of dino style. I'm running these because I had a set of these laying around the shop, and like, they're kind of a hard sell because somebody really would want them on their truck. So I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna run these. They actually do really good off-road. When you deflate these, essentially to like 0 or 3 PSI, you still have like a lot of bulge, and it keeps the truck up just from that because the sidewall is super thick. So nice off-road, pretty good in the snow. The only downside, they're kind of loud on the highway, but
dude, I can imagine.
Yeah.
The portals made it all stick out 3.5 inches.
Yeah,
So
so
what
you-
offset did you go with?
I believe this is a plus 35 method wheel. This is their bead grip wheel. Now we took it next step further. We set this out to OMF and converted to a bead lock because we do a lot of like hardcore wheeling in NorCal. So all of my personal rigs have bead locks. So we converted this one as well. So everything's nice and tight, nice and sucked in. It's not too wide. You get into width from the portal.
Perfect poke.
It's perfect, yeah. So you know, I wouldn't want to run anything else.
What do you got for sliders?
For sliders, moving on. These are my homies from RCI. We've been using their stuff for forever. Love their strength. Always consistent product, good powder coat and design. Structurally, they're super nice. This is their long bed slider. So the truck itself is a long bed, although we don't have the bed that used to be here, but we got a little stick out here. But yeah,
Doesn't look bad, man. If you did not point that out to me, I would have never known. That's one of those things that, you know, as a builder, you're kind of like,
well,
only you know.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, it works nice because this is a nice step because, you know, you always mess
Yeah.
with the rack, stuff on top, so it's nice to have this here.
Cool, man. What do you have for your roof rack?
Okay, so for roof rack, so we're here in the Front Runner Dometic booth. This is a Front Runner Sport Line rack. They have the new Starlink mount, new decking panels. You got the Maxrex mount. So nice, easy, clean rack, easy to install in your garage. You know, it's and it's not very expensive.
Dude, I love the low profile aspect of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Real quick, what size awning is this?
It's the shortest one to make from Dometic. What's cool about this? It's quick release. So you know, you just hook up to a rack. You say if you don't want to drive with this thing during a long trip, quick release, throw in the back, throw it inside, whatever, you know, so it's out in the way. Daily driving, boom. You don't have to spend time wrenching, all that. So,
Dude, that is rad, man. Let's move to the back. Dude, we got to the big part of this build.
All right, so
what's going on over here? What is this?
So the back of this truck, this kind of what makes the truck Aussie style. It's the Knicks IL Dead. So it's all aluminum. This thing is like super versatile. It's a flatbed with a bunch of pockets, a bunch of storage places. So this thing came factory with the water tanks. I always have water if I want to wash my hands. It's always here.
And it's
so,
right here, accessible. I love
yeah.
it.
Now, the way we have it set up, this for the show purposes, we took off the sides, but we usually have drop-down bed sides. So, you know. Yeah, so now, something to keep in mind, this is our like shop truck. Like we use this at work, like to move stuff, to pick up parts, to do whatever. This is the truck that puts in work. So we don't do any towing with it, but as far as general shop purposes, this is what we use.
So you wheel it and you use it to work.
Yes, absolutely. Like if you look at the bed, it's got like differential fluid all over. It puts in work. So
how much does this weigh?
So from what I heard, this thing weighs about 50 pounds more than the stock bed configuration.
Only 50 pounds?
Yes, yes. So it's not very heavy at all. I mean, it's all aluminum. So,
wow.
You know, once you get into like various canopies, you know, you begin to add weight. But in its form like this, it's not very heavy.
Wow, that's super. Dude, you sold me with that.
Yeah, no,
like, right now I'm like sold.
Absolutely, and like I said, the bed sides maybe add a couple pounds, but otherwise it's pretty light.
What did you do for leaf springs to, I mean, I was going to say to hold up all this weight, but it's just 50 more pounds.
So something to keep in mind, with having portals, we actually did not want any lift, so it's got like just like a level setup in the front, maybe 1.5 inches of actual suspension lift. The rear is a stock height. It's an O&E leaf back, but it's set up for more weight, but it's stock height. So if you were to take these wheels off, take the portals off, the truck would look stock. So. Yeah, so nothing fancy, you know, just the OD back.
Does it have a bed slide back here?
Oh yeah, for sure. So this is.
Oh, dude, that is so sweet. How much weight can this hold?
I'm not sure, but it's enough to hold whatever you pack in here. So I just have recovery gear, just camping gears, you know, inflators and all that. So it's usually enough. Yeah. I probably wouldn't stand on it, but you know. But
I was gonna be like, can I stand on it?
Yeah, yeah. There's an option you can do like a table over this, but you know, I like to use it. That's so basic.
So sweet and convenient.
It is, yeah.
I see you have a winch here as well.
So this is kind of going back to our track wheeling days. So when we had tracks in this truck, you actually use rear winch more than you front, because with tracks, you know, you get to a point where like you can't pull yourself forward because it's a lot more intense. So we installed the rear winch, use this thing a lot, and honestly, like all the wheeling that I do now, like I use my rear winch more than I do the front.
Dude,
like,
if you're in a tight trailer and you have to turn around to help your buddy out,
for sure. Like, it's kind of bumper winch, everything all in one. Because the truck is so high off the ground, like I didn't need anything to be like an actual bumper. If you're coming off ledges, you'll clip this, and this thing is actually like the cradle itself is welded to the frame,
It's protecting it all.
Yeah, so it's literally part of the frame, and the winch connected to that. You know, we got the camera relocation, recovery points all built in.
Sick! I didn't see that.
Yeah, little details, you know. And the controller box is right here, so when we use it, you just click that thing on and plug it and go.
So you got the 40-inch tires. You know, sometimes you lose a lot of time either airing down or airing up.
Of course.
How big is this tank? I've not seen them that big.
You know, I don't know exact spec as far as gallons wise, but this is the biggest thing Power Tank makes, and that's another thing. Like for us in NorCal, a lot of rock crawling, a lot of snow wheeling, so we deflate low, like 5 PSI club. That's us. So we use Power Tank for that purpose. It inflates our tires really fast. You know, I do have a compressor that I use. You know, we like to use more fit compressors, but Power Tank gets us going fast if we need to just, you know, get off the trail and go, boom, 2 minutes, this thing is out of here. So
sweet, dude.
Yeah. And as far as the rest, from Dometic, we have all the kitchen stuff now. But usually, I have an axe, a shovel, I got a jack, and all that stuff. If you look at it, it's all like rusty and used. Like we use it. It's not just there to look pretty. So you know, this is the tool that we use in the regular.
If you guys get close enough, the camera probably doesn't do it justice, but you can tell that Dimitri uses this. And the cool thing about this rig, man, is that you found a lot of uses for this Tacoma. You know, there's a lot of opportunity cost. Sometimes you want to have an overland rig, but then you cannot jump it because you don't have the long truck. I feel like you've been able to figure out how to make it a shop truck, how to go wheeling with it, how to camp in it, right? Like how to do so many things and make it work for you.
Oh, of course, yeah. It's a super versatile truck, you know, and the more I can build it up, the more, okay, you know what, I think I want to add this. And that's what really happens when you have a truck for long enough, like it evolves with you and with your needs, you know, because this thing, when this thing came to us, it was on 33s, it was like, you know, mildly built, and that's it. Like I kind of kept it that way, and then over time you added this, tried this part, that part, and like eventually we got to this point here. So
hell yeah, my man. Dimitri, if I can have you over here, I have a present for you.
Okay.
Here we go, Mr. Camilo. I want to show you what you got. You actually made it to the top 5, but you are number 2, sir. This is for you.
Dang, okay, look at that, guys. Hey man, I appreciate it, man. Dang, this is
you killed it. All right, guys, for first place, we have Frank and his Lexus GX 550. How's it going, Frank? Congratulations, man.
Thank you very much.
First place on the top 5 Toyotas.
I'm so stoked. I can't believe it, man. This is great.
This thing is so badass, man.
That's awesome. I'm so excited about it. I can't wait to take you around it and give you more details.
Let's do it, man. We'll start from the front and make our way all the way to the back.
All right.
What do you have for your front bumper?
Descent off-road. This is the 3rd bumper I've had.
On this vehicle?
On this vehicle, yeah. I've had 35s on it. I've had little lift, a little collar lift, 35s, took it to Moab, bumpers, yeah, banged it up. So I said, I need better, and then I got another set of bumpers from Victory 4x4, but they were still down where the OEMs were. It was steel now, so I could scrape them and not break it, but I needed a big departure and approach angle for what I do. And Ben came out with this at Descent Off-Road, and I put them on, and oh, this is the greatest bumper ever.
Man. I'm such a big fan of Descent Off-Road.
You look at these welds, I mean, you look at everything about this, every detail.
You know, everything just fits.
It's super, and it's huge now, the approach angle, so I can go play like a big boy.
What do you have for your lighting?
Rigid, all the way around. I got a 30-inch light bar here. The ditch light is a rigid. These are clear, and I put these amber caps on them for the fog lights. Yeah.
Is it a nice touch?
Yeah, I like it.
What about your skid plates?
They are all Victory 4x4, and because this is so tall, I wanted to have steel skid plates to keep the center of gravity down low, because it can get tippy when you get tall. And if you're going to put a portal lift on it and get it as high as this is, you really want some weight down low. So the bumpers, they're sort of mid-weight, and the skid plates lower the center of gravity, and that makes it better.
I was trying to keep it a secret, but you already let him have it. So Frank is on portal axles. How have those been, man?
Oh, they are so good. You can have so much more fun when you go out and play on portals. The ground clearance at rear diff was 8.8 inches. Now it's 16. I can drive over a Home Depot bucket and clear it. And the lowest point here, and the skid plate, 18 inches of clearance.
That's insane, man.
It's insane.
Did you get to wheel your vehicle without portals and then with portals to feel the difference in how much, like, capable it became?
Yeah, I've done trails in Moab with just a collar lift and 35s, and then I went back with 38s and portals, and it was a whole new ballgame. Not only could I go more places, but going over the rock gardens where you tense up thinking you're going to scrape something,
and you just keep moving. It clears it all. One guy that was following me over a rock garden, there's a big rock, it's yay high, and I drove over the middle of it, and he thought, oh good, I'll be able to clear that. And he got up to it, and he hit it, and it rolled it and scraped and stopped his car, and he goes, I'm not following you anymore. I can't take those lines.
Dude, that's what portals will do, man. I keep hearing that they are like a cheat code, and I can relate to that. You know, we have portals on my Tacoma as well. Would you agree?
A cheat code. That's a perfect term for it. Yeah, yeah. Good. I mean, do you love them?
I can't live without them.
That's exactly what Ben, who designed it, he said, I can't imagine having another four-wheeler without portals.
Yeah, Ben from Descent Off-Road, he's also rocking them on his Land Cruiser too. And
yeah.
I've heard great things from him as well.
It's great. So this also houses a Warren winch, 10,000-pound winch. I've got some Agency 6 Fairlead and that kind of thing. And I've got a few agencies, the grab handles you'll see back here, the shovel.
What tire size are you rocking now and wheel?
This is a 38-13.5 on a 17-inch wheel. This comes originally with an 18-inch wheel. And, you know, if you're going to be off-roading, you want as much rubber here as you can. So I went with a 17-inch wheel. And this is the bead grip from Method, the 703 bead grip. I've aired it down to 10 pounds, 11 pounds, and added off camber, and it's been fantastic.
Now, what's the offset on that wheel? Because, you know, with the portals, it does kick it out 3.5 inches.
It does. That's why I've got a plus 35.
Plus 35.
Plus 35
and
offset.
The fork is perfect, man. The stance is really nice.
Yeah, it's a good look. And this is all King suspension back here. I had a Total Chaos upper controller. I had to change that to an Icon because it was adjustable, and that allowed us to get alignment that was perfect on it. They ride good, they're aligned well, it doesn't pull, and the mud terrain makes a little more noise, but that's okay.
Yeah. So, Frank, what do you have for your sliders?
Okay, the sliders are Westcott Designs. This bracket for the rigid ditch light is Westcott Designs.
I love it.
It fits right in that little triangle. It's
I
perfect.
love this protection that he kind of
Yeah, and so nice. It didn't add any wind noise. You know, if you put it up here, you've got all kinds of new wind noise. The roof rack is also Westcott Designs.
You got some Pelican cases up there.
Got the Pelican case, and this is Westcott Designs for the Molly panel.
Frank is someone that's been doing it for how long have you been doing this, Frank? If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm 74.
74.
Yeah, I get a little vomit in the back of my throat every time I say that. 74.
You have the spirit of a 21-year-old.
I've been doing this since I was a teenager.
Since you were a teenager?
Yeah.
I speak for a lot of us. You were like a legend. You're like a legend.
I think this is the legend.
You've learned so much over the years. You know exactly what you want, and to be able to get to this point where you build this, for me, that says a lot.
You're very kind. It's been a lot of fun along the way.
Dude, and you can tell, man. It's like you put it all together, and it came out so good.
Yeah, I'm so happy with it. I'm so happy with it.
Let's move on to the back. What do you got for the rear bumper?
All right, it's Descent Off-Road. It's an awesome bumper.
Clearance is insane.
The clearances are insane. And you can see under there, the 16 inches that I've got for ground clearance. And the only thing the hits so far, you can see right here, I've hit it. And you can see some of these other areas right here where I've scraped it on the rocks.
He did such a good job, though, at working with what, you know, Lexus and Toyota has given us, which is we got to work around where they place the hitch.
Yeah.
He did such a clean job at hiding it.
It's perfect. It's worked out great. This is a triple color light that he puts on. The backup camera, he kept that
Perfect
on.
placement.
And it works perfectly. The proximity sensors, both front and back, still work perfectly. So he just kills it.
Do you mind showing us how these doors open?
Yeah, you just pull a little latch, and it's got a strut that'll just swing this big heavy tire open, which is real cool.
So if you guys are parked, you know, at an intense angle, this thing is just gonna stay right open. It won't close on you like some of the other ones do.
This is really cool. He does this little table.
Oh, I love this.
So you got a work area here if you want it. So it doesn't rattle. He's got this little latch that seals it down tight.
Perfect.
They just think of everything. And this is...
oh, I can't wait for you guys to see this. This is so cool. Man, you're making me love the Lexus GX 550, man.
It's not a hard car to love.
This thing, and he's got it so clean, you know. Oh, man.
So these are gear down, gear up drawers. Mostly I keep recovery gear and cleaning stuff on this side. But you can get these with stoves, with a refrigerator built in, with, you know, whatever you want. This is a sleeping platform. So often when you do a sleeping platform, you have to do a seat delete. But the way they designed this is that you can fold these seats down, and this is perfectly flat all the way across.
So you can just lay there.
All the way to the front seats, and I put a mattress pad in the sleeping bag here. I can keep my refrigerator here, or vice versa, because I can plug the refrigerator in to the AC.
Do you do a lot of camping? or you mostly go out and you like to wheel?
When I was younger, I did a lot of camping. Now, if I can get an Airbnb or a hotel, I do that. And if there's none available, like we're going to go in October to do the Rubicon.
Dude, I heard.
Hoping you're going to come with us.
Dude, I will come, man.
Well,
if you guys will have me, I'll go.
It's 4 days. We're going to be camping out. It's going to be all portal vehicles, all Toyota, Lexus vehicles. It's going to be
just to be out there on the trails with you would be an honor, sir.
Hey, listen, being with all these guys, it's just so much fun. Ben's going to be there. All the guys that built this out are going to be there.
Are these lights?
Victory, yeah, and these are just battery powered.
And they're magnetic?
And yeah, they're magnetic. I can stick one up here and light up the area. It costs a fortune to wire these things in permanently. And these are like $39.
They just, oh, no way.
Yeah. And so,
dude, I might have to copy that idea.
Yeah, plug it in, charge them up. I get a couple of those, a couple that I can take around with me if I want, and it just sticks back up.
Molly panels on the side here, and you're dialed.
I got AC power right here. I got a little gun safe right there.
Oh, cool.
I like this setup.
You can see it. You can see it in your eyes, Frank. You love this rig, man.
Yeah.
Has this been the best variation of all the builds you've done in your lifetime?
Oh my God, yes. It's been so much fun. And you know, I told you there was a rendering of this that caught my attention. It was the way that Ben visioned he was going to build his GX 550. And when I saw that rendering, I thought that's what I'm going to do. And I got it built before Ben did. So crazy. Yeah, and it's just everything I hoped it would be. The stance on it is strong and aggressive, and it'll go anywhere. The only limiting factor is me.
I can't wait to see you out on the trails, man. Before I give you a present I have for you, I asked this question to a lot of people. You have no idea how excited I am to ask it to you. If you could give advice to anyone that's just starting out, that's just getting into the scene, what would it be?
Oh my gosh, it would be to understand that you don't have to have the biggest, best, and most expensive first. You know, I couldn't afford this till I was 73 years old. So don't get in a hurry, you know. Build it up in the way you can build it. Yeah, you can get a $500 Westcott collar lift and some 35s, and you can do amazing things
and enjoy it
for such a small amount of money. So don't go nuts thinking you have to have the biggest, baddest thing out there. That can come over time.
And with time, you start to learn what you want, and then you get to a Frank house.
I've been 17 years old and out with my friends having more fun than you can possibly imagine with the cheapest damn rides you ever saw in your entire life. The important part is to get together and have fun with it and enjoy it. And, you know,
that's awesome, Frank. I love that advice. Thank you. Now, I have a present for you, Mr. Camilo. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
You are #1 out of the top 5, and we have this present for you.
Oh my God, that's so cool! Look at this, Yoda Force.
First place, baby.
Rip Royal. Oh man, that's gonna get mounted. It's gonna be bragging rights for sure.
That's awesome.
That's beautiful. Yeah, thanks so much.
Congrats,
that's great.
Congrats.
That's great, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thanks, guys. I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be happier with this, with the honor and the opportunity to meet and talk with you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, and I look forward to hopefully seeing you out on the trails.
Well, that'll be fun.
Let's do it.
All right.
Thank you. Hell yeah. If you guys made it this far, thanks for watching. It was not an easy choice to go through the top 5. We had a lot of options. We sat down with the team. We debated. We argued. We went back and forth, and I couldn't be more happy with the top 5 this year. I couldn't be more happy with Frank taking the win with first place and winning that trophy. What a legend. What an awesome dude, and I would love to be able to go out with him on the trails. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure to smash that like button. If you haven't already done so, make sure to subscribe, and we will see you on the next one.
As a professional mechanic, your tools are essential for your living. Icon tools complete every repair without giving an inch. With broad selection and industry-leading warranty, you can count on Icon. You can count on great value. With over 1,500 stores and interest-free credit on qualifying purchases, why pay tool truck prices? Go with Icon Tools. Tool truck quality, unbeatable value, only at Harbor Freight.
Over-the-shoulder trick shots are hard. Saving money on car insurance shouldn't be. $835 average savings for drivers who switch and save.
Today we're at the very first Overland Expo SoCal, and I'm going to be showing you the top 5 Toyotas.
Hey guys, I'm Alex Marino with 10 Off-Road. Hey guys, I'm Alex Marino with 10 Off-Road, and I wanted to introduce our Tundra and Sequoia skid plate package that we just finished developing. One of the things that I love about it is this 10-gauge steel, very tough, very durable. We decided to make our own skid plates because nobody had addressed the Sequoia market specifically. And once we realized that Sequoia is the ultimate overland Toyota that you can get in the States, we decided to focus our efforts on it more. Except the lane crew. I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm excited. We have special service ports in the front of the engine skid plate to change your oil. We also have drain holes in the transmission skid plate to change out your transmission fluid. In addition to that, we also have holes in the corner of the skid plate so that the water can drain out if you're going through deep water crossings, and you won't have any standing water left in the skid plates. The skid plates are made of 10-gauge steel. There is no plans for aluminum as of yet. We'll determine if there's enough demand for them, if we'll make them out of aluminum, but for now, we will only be offering a powder-coated steel option. We also included some design elements that give the skid plate package a cooler, tougher appearance, so a lot of logos. We also use the differential mount for the gas tank skid on the Sequoia. On the Tundra, you don't need it, but on the Sequoia, we made use of that extra mount because it was there, and we're super stoked about it.
So just a quick reminder, guys, what you guys seeing today is a prototype. It is not a direct representation of the final product. And just note that all the little quirks and bugs have been pretty much flushed out, figured out, and we have already begun final production. So, yeah. So that was our first look at the Sequoia skid plate system for the second generation Sequoia and Tundra, and check out our website down in the link below, or you can probably hit one of these little card thingies over here and check out our website for all your Sequoia needs. And is there anything else you want to add to that?
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and Festo. The Toyota Land Cruiser, Toyota's top choice and pinnacle of off-road engineering. especially the 200 series with its superb engineering, styling, class. There's just one problem. I can't afford one. How does a Sequoia do better than a Land Cruiser? Especially with its independent rear end. I really am not qualified in this subject, though I am some sort of a Toyota expert. But there is one man that has been doing it for a while with his 2018 Sequoia, and today we're going to be diving deep into his rig. The second generation Sequoia is a more affordable option when comparing both SUVs. And I think the one thing that people always ask is, what can you do to a second generation Sequoia? So who I invited here today, actually, well, he works here, but what we decided to do today is to bring Jonathan's second generation Sequoia, and we're going to show you guys everything that we have done to it so far. And what year is your Sequoia?
This is a 2018.
And how long have you had it?
I have had it, let's see, I have had it like 3 weeks shorter than my kid is old. So I've had it a week shy of a year. Wow. I put 50,000 miles on it. Oh, poor thing. I've ruined it, look at it. It was so perfect when we got it. I remember the day thinking of it.
Well, you didn't even clean it.
Yeah, but like...
Does this thing ever see a car wash?
It's been washed once because a good friend of mine gave me a lot of slack about not ever cleaning it, and his wife cleaned one door. And I couldn't believe it was one door. But it looks good all dirty, and I don't care about it so much.
Well, it's a trail rig. It's what you use it for.
Yeah, and it doesn't go through drive-through car washes.
And you've taken this thing quite a bit of adventures. You've gone to Colorado, and then from Colorado you went all the way to...
Yeah, we went to, let's see, we did New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, back to Colorado, back to Texas.
And on top of that, so you've actually owned fifth generation 4Runners and done similar kind of trips to them?
Oh yes, we've done some. I think the longest trip we did was 7,600 miles in a 5th gen 4Runner with 2 adults and 2 big dogs, and it was terrible.
So, and that's what led you on to the Sequoia, because it just has so much more room.
Yeah, absolutely. I had my kid, and I didn't think there was plenty of room for a family of 3, believe it or not, in a 5th gen 4Runner.
And it gets tight really fast.
Yeah, when you're trying to hang out and go camping for a week or 2, you gotta carry a lot of stuff, especially if you got animals. And there's just so much more room in here.
Now, it's no secret, I am a stickler for Land Cruisers. I eat, sleep, and breathe Land Cruisers. And I asked Jonathan when he got his Sequoias, why did you choose the second generation Sequoia over the 200 series Land Cruiser?
The main reason was this is bigger. I wanted a bigger vehicle, and the 200 series Land Cruiser is like 3 or 4 cubic feet larger in interior space than the 5th gen 4Runner, and that wasn't enough. Yeah, like you could put 4x8 sheets of plywood in the back of a second gen Sequoia. You can't do that on 200.
What all have you done to it? Because obviously this thing is like rigged out to have fun. And what size tires are you running on it right now?
These are Fury RTs, and they're 37 1250 17s.
37s?
Yes, 37s.
How hard was it to get the 37s on there?
It really wasn't, honestly. You got to do the body mount chop like every Toyota, so we did a body mount chop on there, and we had to trim some of the front fender liners out. And with the rears, I took the mud flaps off, and there was a little trim here on the back of the door. There was some trim, and I trimmed some of that off. And I did put some bump stops on the back. I spaced the bump stops down and replaced them with Durabumps.
So obviously there's a lift kit on this rig. What system are you running on it?
Elka out of Canada. we got with those guys, and they got us a 2.5-inch remote reservoir with dual adjusters up front. And it's essentially, actually it is the same as the Tundra. And then we have SPC adjust wipers. And in the rear, we have a Dobinson 2.5-inch spring with an Elka 2.0 rear damper. And they are working on a 2.5 remote reservoir with adjusters for us. Okay, so as for slider protection, I have our Weld-On second-gen Sequoia slider set. And they've really held up well. I don't know if you guys recall Jamboree last year, but I definitely landed on this one here. And I did put a little nick in the bottom of it, but it's held up just fine. And that's not the only time I've bounced off of ledges with these sliders, or actually bounced up ledges with the sliders.
This is our tandem front bumper, and I'm going to let J-Lo kind of take it away on the rest of this because he has had more of his hands in the pot than I have about the Sequoia front bumpers.
Yeah, no doubt. So this is actually the prototype tandem front bumper for the second-gen Sequoia. They are all, so the Sequoia is 3D scanned, and these were designed in CAD. It is not a modified
Let's
tandem
go,
bumper.
baby.
It
Let's
is a
get some
second-gen
exercise
Sequoia
in.
specific
Come on,
front
come
bumper.
on, come on.
It fits the lines
Check out
really
this
well.
truck.
It actually, I mean, it looks super aggressive, but the version that we're going to be selling has light pod cutouts right here